নমস্কার। বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স অ্যান্ড ইন্ডাস্ট্রির অ্যানুয়াল ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং অ্যান্ড এমএসএমই কনক্লেভের দ্বিতীয় দিনের প্রথম সেশনে আমি তাপস দাশগুপ্ত আপনাদের সকলকে স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি। আমাদের সাথে আজ রয়েছেন অত্যন্ত জনপ্রিয় বাঙালি প্রতিষ্ঠান মুখরোচকের কর্ণধার শ্রী প্রণব চন্দ্র। প্রণববাবুর সঙ্গে রয়েছেন তার সুযোগ্য পুত্র প্রতীক এবং ভাতৃবধূ সংহিতা। আপনাদের সকলকে বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্স অ্যান্ড ইন্ডাস্ট্রির পক্ষ থেকে অনেক স্বাগত। আমাদের এই আত্মনির্ভরতার লক্ষ্যে আয়োজিত কনক্লেভে আমরা আজ শুনব মুখরোচকের গল্প। 70 বছরের প্রতিষ্ঠান তাদের চলার পথের চড়াই উতরাই পেরিয়ে আজ সুপ্রতিষ্ঠিত মুখরোচকের গল্প। আমরা জানব টালিগঞ্জ স্টাম্প ডিপো থেকে শুরু হওয়া 70 বছর আগের একটি প্রতিষ্ঠান আজকের বাঙালির ঘরে ঘরে শান্ত আড্ডায় কিভাবে প্রবেশ করলো এবং কিভাবে হয়ে উঠলো একটি জনপ্রিয় ব্র্যান্ড। এই 7 দশকের গল্পটা ছিল পরিশ্রম, নিষ্ঠা এবং সততার উপর নির্ভরশীল। মুখরোচকের এই গল্প বর্তমান প্রজন্মের তরুণ কর্মোদ্যোগীদের উদ্বুদ্ধ করবে, এই আশা রেখে প্রণববাবুর কাছ থেকে শুনে নেওয়া যাক শুরুর দিনের কথা।
নমস্কার।
নমস্কার।
মুখরোচক তরফে সবাইকে অভিনন্দন জানাচ্ছি। মুখরোচকের শুরু আজ থেকে 70 বছর আগে টালিগঞ্জ স্টাম্প ডিপো থেকে শুরু। আমার দাদুর অ্যাকচুয়ালি প্রথম থেকে ব্যবসা ছিল সোনার উপর ব্যবসা। তো ওনার এক বন্ধু ওটা চিট করার পর ওনার আর্থিক প্রবলেমের জন্য উনি এক জ্যোতিষীর কাছে যান। জ্যোতিষী ওনাকে থেকে বলেন যে বড় ছেলে নামে একটা চানাচুর ব্যবসা করতে। তখন থেকেই শুরু মুখরোচকের যাত্রা। তখন ঠিক চানাচুর কনসেপ্টটা ছিল না, তখন ওই দেশে বুলুল ভাজা পায়ে ঘুমুর বেঁধে লোকে বিক্রি করতো। যেহেতু জ্যোতিষী বলেছেন সেহেতু দাদু বাবাকে নিয়ে একটা টেলিস্টানভেটের দোকান থেকে শুরু করলেন ব্যবসা, এবং দোকানের পেছনেই তখন মাল ভাজা হতো এবং সামনে বিক্রি হতো। এইভাবেই ওখান থেকেই শুরু মুখরোচকে। তারপর আস্তে আস্তে করে ফ্যাক্টরি হয়েছে, আজ বড় হয়েছে, বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বসেছে।
মুখরোচক চানাচুরের স্বাদ আমরা দেখেছি অন্যান্য চানাচুরের থেকে বেশ খানিকটা আলাদা। এর রহস্যটা কি প্রণববাবু?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি খাবার জিনিস তো, ফুড প্রোডাক্টস তো, এটা হচ্ছে ফার্স্ট হচ্ছে কোয়ালিটি, সেকেন্ড হচ্ছে টেস্ট। এটার জন্য আমরা ভীষণভাবে কেয়ারিং রাখি যে প্রত্যেকটা ভাজা থেকে শুরু করে ফিনিশ অব্দি আমরা ভীষণ কেয়ারফুল থাকি। এবং শুধুই না, এই যে মধ্যে ইনগ্রিডিয়েন্টস যেগুলো আছে এগুলো যে পারচেস হয়, আমাদের ল্যাব হচ্ছে জি। ল্যাবে তো ভেজাল আছে কিনা টেস্ট হয়, কিন্তু জিভে বলবে কোয়ালিটিটা কেমন, টেস্টটা কেমন আছে। সেটা প্রতিদিন আমাদের খেয়েই টেস্ট করতে হয়। এর পারচেস থেকে শুরু করে প্রোডাকশন অব্দি আমাদের পুরোটাই চানাচুর টেস্টিং চলে। সারাদিনে প্রায় 2-250 চানাচুর আমরা খেতে হয়। তো এইভাবেই চলছে এতদিন ধরে। এইভাবেই ছেলেকেও ট্রেনিং দিচ্ছি যাতে আগামী দিন আরো বড় ব্যবসা হলে কি হবে, নিজেকে খেয়ালটা রাখতে হবে কোয়ালিটির দিকে, যেটা মেন। এটা এইভাবেই চলছে।
খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং। টালিগঞ্জের স্টুডিও পাড়ার কাছাকাছি আপনাদের শুরু। তো টালিগঞ্জের স্টুডিও পাড়াতে শুরুর দিনগুলো থেকেই শুনেছি মুখরোচক খুব জনপ্রিয় হয়ে উঠেছিল এবং অনেক বিখ্যাত লোকেরা সেই সময় আসতেন আপনাদের কাছ থেকে চানাচুর নিতে। তো সেই সময় কারা কারা আসতেন সেই কথা যদি একটু শোনান।
কারা কারা বলতে আপনাকে বলবো, ফিল্ম আর্টিস্ট যারা ছিলেন তারা তো আসতেনই। সুরকার, গীতিকার, গায়ক, গায়িকা সবাই আমার দোকানে আছে, সাহিত্যিক সবাই আসতেন। এবং এই মুখরোচক নামটা কিন্তু একজন সাহিত্যিকই দিয়ে গেছিলেন। প্রথমে যখন দোকান করে তখন দোকানে কোনো নাম ছিল না। একজন সাহিত্যিক এসে খেয়ে এত ভালো লেগেছিল, উনি বলেছেন দোকানের নাম রকম মুখরোচক। তারপর থেকেই বাবা মুখরোচক নামটা রাখেন। আর উৎপল দত্ত যখন শুটিং করতেন, যখন কোনো শট ভালো হতো না, উনি তখন বলতেন যে মুখরোচক নিয়ে একটা খাওয়ার পর উনি শটটা দিতেন। উনি একটা ক্যাপশন আমাদের দিয়ে গেছিলেন, মুখে দিলেই মেজাজ খুশি। ক্যাপশনটা এখনো আমাদের চলছে, মুখে দিলেই মেজাজ খুশি। আর বিভিন্ন নামি দামি লোকরা আমাদের দোকানে আসতেন, এবং একসময় মান্না দে, হেমন্ত মুখার্জিও লতা মঙ্গেশকরের জন্য বোম্বে যখন যেতেন গল্প শুনতে আমি দেখিনি দিয়ে সবার কাছে গল্প শোনা। বাপিলারি অপারেশনারি নিয়ে এসে কাউন্টারে বসাতে বসে চামচ কিনে যেত। এখনো মতো বাপিলারি আমাদের বিরাট ভক্ত, দেখা হবে।
কত সুন্দর সব ঘটনা জানা যাচ্ছে আপনার কাছে। মুখরোচকের ঠিকানা টালিগঞ্জ থেকে দক্ষিণ 24 পরগনার বারুইপুরের কাছে গোবিন্দপুর গ্রামে গেছে এখন। তো টালিগঞ্জ থেকে গোবিন্দপুর গ্রামে কখন এবং কিভাবে গেল মুখরোচক?
1970-তে অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমাদের টালিগঞ্জে ফ্যাক্টরি ছিল। তখন একটু নকশাল পিরিয়ড, আপনি নিশ্চয়ই জানেন, ভীষণ প্রবলেম হচ্ছিল ওখানে। বাবা ব্যবসা করতে পারছিলেন না, সেখানে যেতে পারছিলেন না। তখন বাবা ঠিক করলেন যে ওই গোবিন্দপুর গ্রামেই ফ্যাক্টরি নিয়ে চলে গেলেন, এবং আমাদেরও সঙ্গে নিয়ে চলে গেলেন ওখানে। ওইখান থেকে তখন থেকেই ফ্যাক্টরি চালু হয় 1970 থেকেই। এখনো স্টিল ওখানেই আছে আমাদের ফ্যাক্টরি।
তো টালিগঞ্জ থেকে ছেলেবেলায় সব বন্ধু বান্ধব ছেড়ে, চেনা জায়গা ছেড়ে অচেনা জায়গা গোবিন্দপুরে গিয়ে কেমন অভিজ্ঞতা হলো আপনার, এবং
প্রথম
আপনার
থেকে খুবই
পড়াশোনা কিভাবে এগোলো ওখানে?
প্রথম থেকে খুবই খারাপ লাগতো যে একটা শহর থেকে গিয়ে গ্রামে থাকা যা হয়, কিন্তু দু একজন বন্ধু বান্ধব এমন জুটে গেল ওখানে যে ওদের সঙ্গে আমার মেন্টালিটিটা ম্যাচ করে গেল। অ্যাকচুয়ালি তাদের সাথে বন্ধুত্ব হতে হতে যা হয়, গ্রামের দিকে প্রথম গেছি, ওখানে গিয়ে সাইকেল চালানো শিখলাম, সাঁতার শিখলাম, ওই বন্ধুদের মারফতেই সব শিখেছি। আজকে এখনো পর্যন্ত সেই তাদের সাথে একই সাথে কলেজে পড়াশোনা, একসাথে পাশ করা। এখনো তারা চাকরি বাড়ি করছে, রিটায়ার করে গেছে। তা আমার তো রিটায়ারমেন্ট নেই, এখন আমি কাজ করে যাচ্ছি। এখনো তাদের সাথে সেই সম্পর্ক, বন্ধুত্ব এখনো বজায় আছে।
তো আপনাদের গ্রাম এখনো আগের মতোই রয়েছে?
না, গ্রাম তো অনেক চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে এখন। এখন গ্রাম বললে ভুল হবে, এখন শহরের চেয়ে গ্রামের ছেলেরা অনেক স্মার্ট হয়ে গেছে এবং অনেক ডেভেলপ হয়েছে। আগে যখন আমি ছিলাম তখন হয়তো কারেন্টই ছিল না, আর এখন তো মানে সবকিছুই অ্যাভেলেবেল হাতের কাছে। এখন আর কোনো
টালিগঞ্জ আর গোবিন্দপুরে বিশেষ খুব একটা
না, বেশি খুব একটা ফারাক নেই।
ফারাক নেই এখন। তো আপনার আপনার কাছে মুখরোচক নিয়ে যাওয়ার, মানে মুখরোচক কোম্পানিকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার দায়িত্ব কখন এবং কিভাবে এলো?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি 80 থেকে বাবা যখন চালাতেন, একটু লেবার প্রবলেম শুরু হয় বিভিন্ন রকম। যা হয়, একটা কোম্পানি বড় হলে যেগুলো ফেস করতে হয়, সেগুলো বাবা খুবই ফেস করেছেন। বাবার একটু হার্টের প্রবলেমও সে সময় এসে গেল। তখন বাবা বললেন যে আমার পক্ষে আর এটা চালানো সম্ভব হচ্ছে না, তো তুমি এটা দেখো। তো 80 থেকেই মোটামুটি দেখতাম। 85-এ পুরোপুরি বাবা আমার উপর দিয়ে ছেড়ে চলে গেল, তখন থেকে আমি চালাচ্ছি।
তো কারখানার গুরু দায়িত্ব নেওয়ার পরে শুনেছি যে পরিকাঠামো এবং চালনা উন্নতি এবং আপনার আধুনিকীকরণের দিকে অনেক মনোযোগ দিতে হয়েছে। তো এই ব্যাপারে কিছু বলার আছে?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি বাবা যখন ফ্যাক্টরি চালাতেন, ম্যাক্সিমামটি ম্যানুয়াল ছিল, এবং তখনও যে চালাচল ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে কোনো ভালো মেশিনারি কিছু আসেনি। তখন আমি চিন্তা করলাম যে ব্যবসা বড় করতে হলে তো ম্যানুয়াল পদ্ধতিতে বেশি দিন নিয়ে যাওয়া যাবে না, তো আধুনিকরণ করতেই হবে। অনেক এক্সপেরিমেন্ট করতে হয়েছে, অনেক জায়গায় অনেক পয়সাও নষ্ট হয়েছে। প্রথম দিকে আমরা প্যাকেজিংয়ের উপর খুব বেশি জোর দিই। প্যাকেজিং ইন্ডিয়ান যেসব মেশিন আমি বসিয়েছিলাম সেগুলো সবই ফেলিওর হয়েছিল। পরে এই বসের মেশিন, যেটা জার্মানি মেশিন, এরা গোয়াতে অ্যাসেম্বলি করে দিচ্ছিল। তো আমি অনেকবার গোয়াতে গিয়েছি এবং বিভিন্ন চান্স করে স্যাম্পল নিয়ে গিয়ে প্যাকেজিংটা তারপর সাকসেস হই আমরা। তারপর থেকে বিভিন্ন আমরা এই দিল্লিতে বিভিন্ন ফেয়ারে অ্যাটেন্ড করতাম যে কোনো কিছু ডেভেলপমেন্ট হচ্ছে কিনা, কোনো মেশিন আসছে কিনা। আস্তে আস্তে করে বিভিন্ন মেশিন ঢুকতে শুরু করলো তখন থেকে, এবং ফ্যাক্টরি মানে কি পরিধি অনেক বাড়লো আস্তে আস্তে করে। পুরো এয়ার কন্ডিশন ঘর করে যাতে আরো সুন্দর করে করা যায়, এগুলো শুরু করলাম। এইভাবেই বাড়তে শুরু করলাম।
আধুনিকীকরণ কি মোটামুটি শেষ, না এখনো কন্টিনিউয়াস ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট
আধুনিকীকরণ
আধুনিকীকরণ
শেষ নেই,
চলছে?
তো প্রতিদিনই ডেভেলপমেন্ট করতে হয়, প্রতিদিন এগিয়ে যেতে হবে। এটা শেষ বলে বসে থাকলে কিন্তু আরো পিছিয়ে যাবো। প্রতিদিনই আমাদের চিন্তা করতে হবে, নতুন আরো কি বেরোচ্ছে, নতুন আরো কি। আর এন ডি ডিপার্টমেন্টের কাজই হচ্ছে এখন রিসার্চ করে যে কোথায় কি হচ্ছে, আরো কোন লোকে কি চাইছে। যখন আমরা আগে চানাচুরি সীমাবদ্ধ ছিলাম, এখন শুধু চানাচুর না, আমরা অনেকগুলো প্রোডাক্ট নিয়ে এসেছি বাজারে। সেই সবগুলো রিসার্চ করে করে আমরা বার করি, এবং সেটা আমরা অ্যাপ্লাই করছি মার্কেটে।
এর জন্য কি আপনাদের কোনো এক্সিবিশন বা সেরকম কোনো জায়গায় যেতে হয় যেখানে
হ্যাঁ,
এই
আমাদের
ধরনের
বিভিন্ন
নতুন
জায়গায় যেতে হয়,
নতুন মেশিন পত্র
বিভিন্ন এক্সিবিশন
দেখতে
অ্যাটেন্ড
পান
করতে হয়।
আপনারা?
তারপর ধরুন আমরা ইউএসও এনএবিসিতে অ্যাটেন্ড করেছি। আমার ছেলের সম্বন্ধে জিজ্ঞেস করুন, আরো ভালোভাবে বলতে পারবে এই ব্যাপারে।
হ্যাঁ, প্রতীক কিছু বলুন না এই সম্বন্ধে।
আহ, এই ব্যাপারটা যদি মানে মজার ঘটনা আর কি বলতে হয়, তো ইউএসএ তে একটা কনফারেন্স হয় এনএবিসি বলে, নর্থ আমেরিকান বেঙ্গলি কনফারেন্স। তো সেখানে যখন আমরা পার্টিসিপেট করি, তো ওখানকার যারা বাঙালি আছে তারা তো খুবই আর কি এক্সাইটেড থাকে এবং খুবই আর কি উৎফুল্ল থাকে, মানে যখন দেখে যে তাদের দেশের কোম্পানি এখানে এসে পার্টিসিপেট করছে, এবং আমরা যখন তাদের প্রোডাক্টগুলো তাদের কাছে পেশ করি, সবকিছু করি, তো তারা অত্যন্ত আর কি খুশি হয়, এবং মানে কি বলবো, তাদের এক্সাইটমেন্ট সত্যি দেখার মতো থাকে একটা। এটা আমাদের কাছে খুবই ভালো লাগে। তো এই সময় একটা মজার গল্প আপনাকে বলি, যেটা আমাদের হয়েছিল কিছু বছর আগে আর কি। তো এই ঘটনা নিউ ইয়র্কের ঘটনা। নিউ ইয়র্কে যখন আমরা পার্টিসিপেট করি এনএবিসিতে, তখন আমরা স্টল দিয়েছিলাম আমাদের মুখরোচকের। তো সেখানে প্রচুর বাঙালিরা যারা আসছে তারা প্রোডাক্ট কিনছে, খাচ্ছে। তো একজন এসেছিলেন, উনি সকাল থেকে অনেক বিরাট লাইন হয় তো, কারণ অনেকে আর কি ওখানে আসে এবং বিভিন্ন স্টলে আর কি ভিজিট করে। তো উনি সকাল থেকে আর কি এমটি স্টমাকে ছিলেন, মানে কিছু খেয়ে আসেনি সকাল থেকে। তো উনি এসে মুখরোচক দেখে খুব খুশি হন এবং তখন বাবা ওখানে ছিলেন সামনের স্টলে। তো ওনাকে জিজ্ঞেস করেন যে, আমি এখন এমটি স্টমাকে আছি, সকাল থেকে কিছু খাইনি, তো আমি কি আপনাকে চানাচুরটা খেতে পারি? তো বাবা বললেন, নিশ্চিন্তে খেতে পারেন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। তো উনি বললেন যে, আমি তো কিছু খাইনি, তো আমি যদি খাওয়ার পর কোনো অ্যাসিডিটি হয় বা কোনো ইনডাইজেশন হয়, তো বললেন, আপনি নিশ্চিন্তে খান, আমি আছি এখানে, যদি কিছু হয় আপনাকে বলবেন আমাকে। তো আমি গ্যারান্টি দিচ্ছি আপনার কিছু হবে না, আপনি আরামসে খেতে পারেন। তো উনি খেয়েছিলেন। তো তারপর সেখানে আমাদের তখন আর ওনার সঙ্গে দেখা হয়নি। বছর ৩-৪ পর যখন আবার ওয়াশিংটনে যখন হয়েছিল এনএবিসিটা, তখন যখন ওখানে আবার যাওয়া হয়, তো উনি আর কি তখন এসেছিলেন ওখানে। তো আসার পর উনি যখন আমাদেরকে দেখতে পান, তো উনি আবার সেই খুবই আর কি উৎফুল্ল হয়ে এসেছেন এবং মানে সেই রীতিমতো মানে লাফিয়ে আমাদের কাছে এসে বলছেন, আমি আপনাদের ওখানে সেদিনকে খেয়েছিলাম, আমার এখনো মনে আছে, এমডি স্টমাকে খেয়েছিলাম, কিন্তু আমার কোনো রকম ইনডাইজেশন বা কোনো রকম অ্যাসিডিটি কিচ্ছু হয়নি। এবং সেটা তো উনি আমাদেরকে বলছেনই, প্লাস স্টলে যত লোক ছিল
বাহ!
প্রত্যেককে গিয়ে সেই গল্প করছে। তো এরকম আর
ইন্টারেস্টিং।
কি প্রায় প্রচুর মানে মানুষের ভালোবাসা বা তাদের এরকম জিনিসগুলো আমাদের কাছে হতেই থাকে। আরো কিছু গল্প বলার জন্য আমি ম্যাডামকেও বলব, উনি যদি কিছু শেয়ার করেন।
হ্যাঁ, আরেকটা কথা মনে পড়ছে যে একজন ভদ্রমহিলা এসেছিলেন আমাদের স্টলে। ওখানেও এসে উনি বলছিলেন যে মুখরোচকের জন্যে আমার হৃদয়ে একটা আলাদা জায়গা করে রাখা আছে এবং ওই জায়গাটা মানে আনটাচড, মানে ওটা আমি আলাদা করে রেখে দিয়েছি। মানে এতদিন বিদেশে আছি কিন্তু ওই জায়গাটা মানে এখনো মুখরোচকের জন্য আছে। তো এইভাবেও মানে এছাড়াও মানে ওখানে যখন আমরা যাই বা আমরা এরকম দেশে বিদেশে সব জায়গা থেকে এই লোকের কাছ থেকে এত ভালোবাসা পাই। তো মানে খুবই ভালো লাগে, মানে তারা বিদেশেও তারা তাদের বাড়িতে ইনভাইট করা, সেখানে মানে লাঞ্চ খাওয়াচ্ছে, ইয়ে করছে, না এখানে খান, মানে মনে হয় যেন ওদের কাছে গেলে ওরাও যেন একটু আলাদা একটা আনন্দ পায় আর কি, মানে যেন দেশের কোথাও একটা বোধহয় ছোঁয়া পায় নাকি জানি
সত্যি
না।
মুখরোচকের ব্র্যান্ডটা কতটাই পপুলার হয়েছে এবং কত দূর চলে গেছে আজকাল, মানে আমাদের বাংলাদেশ মানে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ থেকে ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন জায়গায়। আহ, তো এতেই বোঝা যাচ্ছে মুখরোচক সবাই এতই পছন্দ করছেন, তার মানে মুখরোচকের কোয়ালিটি মেনটেন করার ব্যাপারে আপনাদের অনেক নজর দিতে হয়েছে। তো কোয়ালিটির ঠিক রাখার পেছনে কি কি করেন আপনারা, কিভাবে এটাকে আহ, প্রতিযোগিতার প্রতিযোগীদের থেকে অনেকটা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার জন্য হয়তো আপনাদের অনেক আহ, সাহায্য করেছে। তো কোয়ালিটি রাখবার জন্য বা গুণমান মেনটেন করার জন্য একটু যদি কিছু কি করেন আপনারা যদি একটু বলেন।
এই বলো যে আমাদের যে প্রেয়ারটা হয়,
না, কোয়ালিটির ব্যাপারটা একটু বলুন।
কোয়ালিটি
হ্যাঁ,
ব্যাপারটা বলো।
কোয়ালিটিটার ব্যাপারে অ্যাকচুয়ালি যেটা প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে, দাদা নিজে সবসময় মানে ইনগ্রিডিয়েন্টস থেকে আরম্ভ করে ফিনিশ প্রোডাক্টস অবধি মানে পুরো জার্নিটাই যে প্রসেসটা আর কি, তো এই জিনিসটা পুরোটাই উনি নিজে ভীষণভাবে খেয়াল রাখেন এবং আমরাও ওনার মানে পথ
আমরা এখন
অনুসরণ
শিখছি আর
করে
কি, ধীরে
আমরাও
ধীরে আর কি।
শিখছি, উই আর স্টিল লার্নিং। আর তো এইটা কি আছে না, একটা পার্সোনাল টাচ আছে ওতে। আর মানে কোয়ালিটি হেলথ এগুলো তো ডেফিনেটলি খেয়াল রাখাই হয়। তো মানে
মানে কোয়ালিটি যেটা আমি
মেনলি
মানে
হচ্ছে
এখানে যদি বলি, তাহলে স্টার্ট হয় হচ্ছে আমাদের র মেটেরিয়ালস এর থেকে।
থেকে, হ্যাঁ
তো র মেটেরিয়াল যেটা আসছে সেটা বাবা নিজে টেস্ট করে দেখেন, এবং সেটা যদি কোয়ালিটি অ্যাপ্রুভ হয় তবেই সেটা আমাদের প্রোডাকশন প্রসেসে যায়। এবং প্রতিদিন যেই প্রোডাক্টটা ভাজা হচ্ছে ফ্রাই করার পর ফার্স্ট ব্যাচ থেকেই কিন্তু বাবা স্টার্ট করা শুরু, মানে টেস্ট করা শুরু করেন। যদি দেখেন যে হ্যাঁ ঠিকঠাক লাগছে, তবেই কিন্তু সেটা আমাদের প্যাকিং এ যাচ্ছে।
প্রোডাকশন ম্যানেজার আছে, তারাও দেখে।
এবং প্রোডাকশন
তাদের
ম্যানেজাররা আছে, তারাও
তারা
জিনিসটা
থাকছে,
ফলো
প্লাস
করছে।
এই জিনিসগুলো আমাদের
প্লাস উনি নিজে দেখছেন, আমরা দেখছি, এটা মানে কোনো একজন না, এটা অনেকগুলো প্রসেসের মধ্যে দিয়ে কিন্তু এটা পাস করছে। হ্যাঁ, তো সেই জন্যে এটা আমাদের ভীষণই একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট ব্যাপার যে আমরা এইভাবে ইয়েটা করি। কারণ যেটা দাদা সবসময় আরেকটা জিনিস সবসময় বলেন যে আমাদের ধরুন ল্যাব আছে, আমরা তো এমনিতে আইএসও সার্টিফিকেশন আমাদের আছে, আমাদের 9001 2015 অ্যান্ড 22000 2018 সার্টিফিকেশন আমাদের সব আছে। তো সেগুলোর মাধ্যমে আমাদের বিভিন্ন প্রসেস আছে, বেশ কিছু স্ট্যান্ডার্ডস আমাদের মেনটেন করতে হয় যেগুলো আইএসও সিস্টেম অনুযায়ী।
এফডিএ রুলটা
হ্যাঁ, তো এবার আমরা ফুডের, হ্যাঁ আমরা এফএসএসআই যেরকম আছে, আমরা এফডিএ, যেহেতু ইউএসএ আমরা ব্যবসা করি, সেগুলো আমাদেরকে খেয়াল রাখতে হয়। আর যে আমাদের যে ল্যাবরেটরি আছে ফ্যাক্টরিতে, তো দাদা সবসময় বলেন যে ল্যাবে তো তোমার ভেজাল তুমি বুঝতে পারবে, কিন্তু মেন ল্যাব যে টেস্ট, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের জিভ। আমাদের যে টেস্ট বাডস, ওটা হচ্ছে আমাদের মেন ল্যাব। তো ওই জায়গাটা যদি ওইটা কিন্তু নিজেকে রোজ দেখতে হয়, নিজে না রোজ দেখলে কিন্তু ওই জায়গাটা ইটস ভেরি ডিফিকাল্ট টু ডিটেক্ট।
বাহ, দারুণ ব্যাপার। তো এখনো পর্যন্ত আপনাদের মানে চানাচুর রোজ প্রচুর খেতে হয় তার মানে, এত টেস্ট যখন করতে হয়। ভেরি নাইস। আর একটা কথা খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং শুনেছি, জাপানিজ কোম্পানিতে শুনেছি কর্মীরা প্রেয়ার করে কাজ শুরু করেন, আপনাদের কোম্পানিতে শুনেছি আপনারা প্রেয়ার করে, কর্মীরা প্রেয়ার করে কাজ শুরু করেন।
একদম একদম,
এই
আপনি
প্রথাটা কিভাবে চালু হলো?
ঠিকই শুনেছেন। এখানেও আমরা সেটা ফলো করি। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা ব্রহ্মকুমারীজ ঈশ্বরীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে যেটা আছে ওখানকার আমরা রাজযোগ মেডিটেশনের এই কোর্সগুলো আমরা ফলো করি। মানে বেসিক্যালি বেশ কিছু বছর আগে আমরা নিজেরা এটা করেছিলাম কোর্সটা, এবং করার পর আমরা একটা জিনিস রিয়েলাইজ করি যে এই খাবারটা মানে যে কোনো ফুড আপনি যাই খান না কেন, সেই ফুডের মধ্যে দিয়ে একটা পজিটিভ ভাইব্রেশন পাস করানোটা ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট। কারণ এই ফুডটা আমরা তো খাবার বানাই, তো সেই জন্যে এই খাবারটা যে আমরা বানাচ্ছি, যে কাস্টমাররা খাচ্ছে, তো তাদের কিন্তু একটা মেন্টাল ফিজিক্যাল সব রকম হেলথের কথা আমাদের খেয়াল রাখতে হয়। যার জন্য আমরা হেলথ হাইজিনটা খুব বেশি রকম ফ্যাক্টরিতে মেনটেন করি। এবং মেন্টাল হেলথের জন্য কিন্তু আমাদের যারা ওয়ার্কাররা, তাদেরও মেন্টাল হেলথটা আমাদের খেয়াল রাখতে হবে। সেই জন্যে আমরা কি করি, তারা যখন কাজে জয়েন করে সেই সময় তারা একটা এখানে মেডিটেশন করে। মেডিটেশনে তারা বসে, আমাদের এখানে মেডিটেশন হল আমরা আলাদা বানিয়েছি,
হুম।
সেখানে আলাদা মেডিটেশনে এভরিডে দে সিট ফর দ্য মেডিটেশন, তারপরে মেডিটেশন করে তারা কাজে জয়েন করে। এবং এটা আমাদের ফ্যাক্টরি এবং অফিস সব যারা আছে এখানে কাজ করতে, প্রত্যেকে এই জিনিসটা মেনটেন করে। এই যে প্রেয়ারটা যেটা হয়, যেটার কথা আপনি বলছিলেন, এই প্রেয়ারটা হচ্ছে বেসিক্যালি এর মূল বক্তব্য যেটা থাকে সেটা হচ্ছে যে যারা এই খাদ্য তৈরি করছে, অর্থাৎ আমাদের ওয়ার্কাররা, তারা যেন এটা সুস্থ মনে এবং শান্ত মনে তৈরি করতে পারেন, এবং যারা এই খাবারটা খাচ্ছেন আমাদের কাস্টমাররা, তারাও যেন সুস্থ মনে এবং সুস্থ শরীরে তারাও যেন থাকতে পারেন। তো এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের প্রেয়ারের মূল বক্তব্য। তো এটা আমরা ডেলি ফলো করি। তাছাড়া দেখুন, যারা ওয়ার্কাররা আছে তাদের বিভিন্ন মেন্টাল স্টেটাস থাকে, হয়তো কোনো সময় তাদের বাড়িতেও অনেক রকম সমস্যা থাকে। সেইখান থেকে তারা এসে যখন কাজে জয়েন করে, তখন এই যে মেডিটেশন এবং প্রেয়ারের মাধ্যমে যেটা হয় সেটা হচ্ছে তাদের একটা মেন্টাল স্থিতি, মানে একটা স্টেবিলিটি আসে। সেই তারপরে তারা যখন ওইটা বানাচ্ছে না, তো তখন কি হয়, একটা পজিটিভ ভাইব্রেশন পাস করে, যেটা ইনডিরেক্টলি কিন্তু আমাদের কাস্টমারদেরকে এফেক্ট করে। তো আপনি একটু আগেই বলছিলেন যে এত জনপ্রিয় কেন, এত ভালো লাগে কেন, তো মেবি দিস ইজ অলসো ওয়ান অফ দ্য রিজনস। এগুলো আমরা,
তাদের থাকা খাওয়া।
হ্যাঁ, আমরা যে আমাদের ওয়ার্কারদের, এটা তো মেন্টাল গেল, ফিজিক্যাল তাদের কথাও চিন্তা করা হয়, ফিজিক্যাল তাদের ওয়েলবিংটা, যার জন্য আমাদের তাদের থাকা খাওয়ার সব রকম ফেসিলিটি আমাদের এখানে দেয়া হয়। প্রত্যেকদিন তাদের খাবার আমরা নিজেরাও খাই, নিজেরাও খেয়ে দেখি যে তারা কি ফুড তারাও যেন সুস্থ থাকতে পারে, সেটাও আমাদের একটা কর্তব্য, সেটাও দেখা। আমাদের ফ্যাক্টরির ভেতর আপনি গেলেও দেখবেন একটা আলাদা একটা এনভায়রনমেন্টই আছে। এবং এভরিডে ইভিনিং এও আমাদের ওখানে একটা ফাউন্টেন আছে।
হুম।
সেই ফাউন্টেনের সঙ্গেও কিন্তু আমাদের এমন ভাবে মানে আমরা সব গানগুলো রেখেছি যেগুলো আমাদের এই মেডিটেশনের রিলেটেড, যত ভগবানের সব এই সব ভজন বিভিন্ন গান ফান চলে, সেটাতে কি হয়, একটা ডিফারেন্ট এনভায়রনমেন্ট অল ওভার একটা সেট আপ হয়। তো এটাতে মানে একটা কি বলবো, আলটিমেটলি আমাদের প্রোডাক্টে সেটা গিয়ে effect করে।
অসাধারণ, একটা খুব ভালো আন্দাজ পেলাম যে কেন মুখরোচকের পপুলারিটি এত বেশি এবং দিনে দিনে আরো তা বেড়ে চলেছে। ভারতবর্ষের 700টি পিনকোড আছে এরকম অঞ্চলে মুখরোচক মুখরোচকের স্ন্যাক্স প্রোডাক্টস পাওয়া যায়। তার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে প্রতিবাবু যেরকম বললেন যে বিদেশেও এখন মুখরোচক পাওয়া যাচ্ছে, তো বিদেশে কোন কোন দেশে প্রতিবাবু পাওয়া যাচ্ছে মুখরোচকের চানাচুর এবং অন্যান্য স্ন্যাক্স প্রোডাক্টস?
মুখরোচকের জার্নি যেটা 70 ইয়ার্সের, তো সেটা যখন স্টার্ট হয়েছিল একটা স্মল কটেজ ইন্ডাস্ট্রি হিসেবে ছিল। এখন মুখরোচক একটা বড় ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে আর কি পরিণত হয়েছে। তো আমাদের প্রোডাক্টস এখন অনলি বেঙ্গল বা কলকাতা সেন্ট্রেটেড নয়, আমরা এখন প্যান ইন্ডিয়ায় কাজ করছি। কলকাতা মানে বেঙ্গলের বাইরেও আমরা মোটামুটি দিল্লি, বম্বে, হায়দ্রাবাদ, ব্যাঙ্গালোর সবথেকে আমাদের মেন মার্কেট আফটার বেঙ্গল। এছাড়া নর্থ ইস্টার্ন পার্টের মধ্যে বিহার আছে, ঝাড়খণ্ড আছে, এই সমস্ত জায়গায় কাজ করছি। রিসেন্টলি আমরা সাউথ ইন্ডিয়াতেও এন্টার করেছি। চেন্নাইতে আমাদের নতুন স্টোর
চেন্নাই।
গুলো হয়েছে, সেখানে আমাদের জেনারেল ট্রেডে অলরেডি আমাদের প্রোডাক্ট গেছে। এই অনলাইন পোর্টালস হওয়ার সুবিধার্থে মানে লাইক বিগ বাস্কেট বা গ্রোফার্স, আমরা মানে কাশ্মীর টু কন্যাকুমারী যে কোনো জায়গায় লোকে বসে যদি অর্ডার দেয়, তো তার ডোর স্টেপে আমাদের মুখরোচকের প্রোডাক্ট সে পৌঁছে মানে সে পেতে পারে। তো সেটা আপনার একটা বড় আমাদের সুবিধা হয়েছে রিসেন্ট টাইমসে। প্লাস মডার্ন ট্রেডে যদি আমরা দেখি, স্পেন্সার্স, রিলায়েন্স, মোর রিটেল কিংবা মেট্রো ক্যাশ অ্যান্ড ক্যারি, এদের থ্রু আমাদের প্রোডাক্টস রেঞ্জ যেগুলো আছে, অনেকেই হয়তো জানান যে মুখরোচক এত রকম প্রোডাক্ট বানায়। তো সেগুলো আমরা সেখানে একটা ডিসপ্লে করার জায়গা পাচ্ছি এবং কাস্টমাররা জানতে পারছে যে এই প্রোডাক্টস তারা পেতে পারে মুখরোচকের। তো সেখান থেকে আমাদের একটা বড় একটা আমাদের রিচ বেড়েছে বা এক্সপেনশন হয়েছে। তো কারেন্টলি যদি ইন্ডিয়া বা ইন্ডিয়ার বাইরে যদি বলেন, তো এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের অস্ট্রেলিয়া, ইউএসএ অ্যান্ড মালদ্বীপস আমাদের অলরেডি এক্সপোর্ট চলছে। তো আরো বিভিন্ন জায়গাতে অলরেডি কথাবার্তা চলছে, খুব রিসেন্টলি হয়তো সেটা স্টার্ট হবে।
ফ্যান্টাস্টিক, দারুণ ব্যাপার। আর মুখরোচকের আমরা তো সবাই সব প্রোডাক্টস গুলো জানি না। আমি শুনেছি যে অনেক রকমের প্রোডাক্টস আপনারা তৈরি করেন, ভ্যারাইটিস গুলো একটু বলুন না, কি কি ভ্যারাইটিস হয় আপনাদের?
মুখরোচক মানেই লোকে একটা জানে যে মুখরোচক চানাচুর, এটা একটা মুখরোচকের সঙ্গে একটা সিমিলারিটি হয়ে গেছে। কিন্তু আমরা এখন তার থেকেও আরো এক্সপ্যানশন করে অন্যান্য প্রোডাক্টস আরও তৈরি করছি। যেমন ধরুন আপনার টিফিন স্ন্যাক্স আছে, টি স্ন্যাক্স, এথনিক স্ন্যাক্স, ককটেল স্ন্যাক্স, এছাড়াও প্যাকেট সুইটস যার মধ্যে পড়ছে সোনপাপড়ি, রসগোল্লা এবং গোলাপ জামুন। তো চানাচুরের বাইরেও আমাদের এই যে চাল ভাজা বা মুড়ি, মশলা মুড়ি, চিড়া ভাজা, এই প্রোডাক্টগুলো কিন্তু লোকে খুবই পছন্দ করে এবং লোকে সেটা চায়ও। তো এইভাবে আমরা এক্সপ্যানশন করছি এবং এই যে স্ন্যাক্স যে মার্কেটটা যেটা আছে, সেটা কিন্তু একটা অনেক ভাস্ট মার্কেট। অর্গানাইজড প্লেয়ার্স খুবই কম, মানে মেনলি এই সেগমেন্টটা বা ইয়ের মধ্যে আনঅর্গানাইজড ইয়েরা অনেক বেশি, প্লেয়ার্সরা বেশি, ব্র্যান্ডেড কোম্পানিজ খুবই কম। তো সেখানে আমাদের মানে যদি দেখা যায় যে আমরা হয়তো এখন 20%ও কভার করতে পারিনি, তো আগামী দিনে সেরকম প্রচুর স্কোপ পড়ে আছে। যদি আমরা প্রপারলি সেটাকে কভার করতে পারি, তো অবভিয়াসলি এখন অনেক বড় জায়গা কভার করার জায়গা পড়ে আছে। প্লাস আমরা যেটা মেন সবসময় এমফাসাইজ করি, দ্যাট ইজ অন কোয়ালিটি। তো কোয়ালিটি আমাদের মেন প্রায়োরিটি। তো সেটা ধরে রেখে, যেটা আমরা কাস্টমারদের কাছ থেকে যেই অ্যাপ্লটটা পাই বা যেই ভালোবাসা আমরা পাই, তো সেটা ধরে রেখেই সেটাকে আমরা স্লোলি অ্যান্ড স্টেডিলি আমরা আগে বাড়তে চাই, যাতে
মানে
সেইভাবে আরো
কোয়ালিটি, টেস্ট, হেলথ, হাইজিন এগুলো আমাদের বেসিক ফ্যাক্টর।
বেসিক আর কি মেন আমাদের যেটা ইউএসপি থাকে, সেই জিনিসগুলো আমরা মেনটেন করি, আগামী দিনে আরো এইভাবেই জিনিসটা এগোনোর প্ল্যানিং রাখছি।
প্রণববাবু, আমি শুনেছি যে সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলি আপনাকে একটা আইডিয়া দিয়েছে, সেটা সম্বন্ধে একটু বলুন।
একবার আমি দাদাগিরিতে গিয়েছিলাম, তো সৌরভ গাঙ্গুলী তখন আমায় বলেছিলেন যে দেখুন, এই রোজ ফাস্টফুড খেতে খেতে আমরা খুব বিরক্ত হয়ে যাচ্ছি, এমন কিছু বানান যাতে মশলা কম, তেল কম, এই দিয়ে একটু বানান যেটা আমরা সবসময় খেতে পারি এবং হেলদি ব্যাপারটা হয়। তখন তো মাথা আমার ঘুরছিল। তারপর আমি চাল ভাজাটা আনি, যেটা এটা সুগার ফ্রি এবং এতে আপনি কোনো রকম মশলা পাবেন না, কিছু না, এবং মানে বাচ্চা থেকে বুড়ো সবাই এটা খেতে পারেন এবং ভীষণ হেলদি ব্যাপার এটা। এর মধ্যে কোনো প্রিজারভেটিভ নেই, লাইট, এবং এটা ওর মধ্যে কোনো প্রিজারভেটিভ নেই, কোনো কেমিক্যাল নেই। হ্যাঁ, আর এতে কোলেস্ট্রল ফ্রি। তো আর তো সুগার ফ্রি তো আছেই বললাম আপনার। ইদানিং এই ধরনের খাবারগুলো ভীষণ জনপ্রিয়তা বাড়ছে, যেহেতু প্রিজারভেটিভ ফ্রি নেই এর মধ্যে। তো লোকে এখন টেন্ডেন্সিটা একটু চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে আবার, এবং এটা লোকে অ্যাকসেপ্ট করেছে খুব ভালোভাবে, এবং এটা আমাদের খুব ভালো চলছে এখন।
এখনকার যারা সব আহ, আমাদের সেলিব্রিটিস রয়েছে, তাদের মধ্যে কেউ কেউ মুখরোচকের ফ্যাক্টরি দেখেছেন, মুখরোচকের চানাচুর ভালোবাসেন, এরকম কয়েকজনের নাম করুন না।
এরকম প্রচুর আছে, নাম কজন বলবো। মানে আমার ওখানে অনেকেই আসেন সেলিব্রিটি, যেমন পিসি সরকার আমাদের বিরাট ফ্যান আমাদের চানাচুরের। উনি একবার আমাকে একটা ওনার প্যাডে খুব সুন্দর কথা লিখে দিয়েছেন যে অনেক চানাচুর খেয়েছিল, একবার চানাচুর অন্য কোম্পানির চানাচুর খেয়ে বিপদে পড়তে হয়েছিল। তো মুখরোচক এত বছর খেয়েছি, কোনোদিন বিপদে পড়তে হয়নি আমাকে, ডাক্তারের কাছে যেতে হয়নি। এরকম প্রচুর সেলিব্রিটি আমাদের কাছে আসেন, এবং আজকাল যারা নায়িকা আছেন আর অনেকে আমাকে বলেছেন যে প্রণব, আমি শুটিংয়ে গেলে এখন এটাই খাচ্ছি, এখন আর শুটিংয়ে খাবার দাবার খাই না, এবং এটাতে অনেক স্লিম থাকা যায়। এগুলো তো আছেই, এবং অনেক যখন কেউ গল্প শুনি আর কি, ভালো লাগে তখন।
নিশ্চয়ই।
একটা কাজ করার পর যখন এই লোকের কাছে প্রশংসা শুনি, তখন মনে হয় এটা সুন্দর সাকসেসটা এসছে মনে হয় তখন।
আপনার কাছে আরেকটা জিনিস জানতে চাইবো, এই বাঙালি ব্র্যান্ড কিভাবে আগামী দিনে আপনি এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবেন, কি আপনার পরিকল্পনা সামনের দিনের জন্য?
অ্যাকচুয়ালি ব্যবসার কথা অর্থ হচ্ছে ব্যবহার, বচন আর সাহস। ব্যবসাদের প্রথম এই তিনটি জিনিস থাকতেই হবে। তো বচন বলতে সুবচন হতে হবে, বচনটা যেন খারাপ না হয়। ব্যবহার তো আছেই, সাহস তো লাগবেই। আর একটা হচ্ছে কি, ব্যবসা করতে গেলে না চতুর্দিকে খেয়াল রাখা। এবার একটা বাড়ি বানাতে গেলে 4টে মেন পিলার থাকে, একটা পিলার যদি ভেঙে যায় তাহলে বাড়িটা হেলে পড়ে যায়। বিজনেসের এরকম 4টে মেন পিলার থাকে, যে পিলারগুলোকে ভীষণভাবে খেয়াল রাখতে হয়। এটা হচ্ছে, একটা হচ্ছে পারচেস, একটা হচ্ছে প্রোডাকশন, একটা হচ্ছে সেলস, একটা হচ্ছে অ্যাকাউন্টস। এই 4টে পিলারের মধ্যে একটা যদি কোনোভাবে সরে যায়, হেলে যায়, তাহলে কিন্তু বাড়ি যেমন পড়ে যায়, ব্যবসাও তেমনি পড়ে যাবে। এই 4টে জায়গায় মেনলি, আরো অনেকগুলো দিক আছে, কিন্তু মেন 4টে পিলারকে ঠিক রাখা দরকার আছে ব্যবসা করতে গেলে। আরেকটা কথা হচ্ছে যে অনেস্ট থাকতে হবে। নিজেকে ভীষণভাবে অনেস্ট না থাকলে সাকসেস হওয়া যায় না। আর হার্ড ওয়ার্ক তো দরকার আছে, কঠোর পরিশ্রম ছাড়া মানুষ কেউ বড় হতে পারে না। এই দুটি জিনিস তো লাগবেই। আর একটা কথা বলবো, স্বপ্ন দেখতে হবে, এটা হচ্ছে দিবা স্বপ্ন, এবং স্বপ্নটার পেছনে ছুটতে হবে। আর একটা জিনিস হচ্ছে যে আজকে যেটা বসে আছি, আজকে যেটা হচ্ছে সেটা না, 5 বছর বাদে কি হবে সেটা আজকে আমায় ভাবনা চিন্তা করতে হবে। এই কটা জিনিস যদি কোনো ব্যবসাদার খেয়াল রাখে, তাহলে সে সাকসেস হতে বাধ্য। আমার মনে হয়।
এই প্রসঙ্গটা নেই বলি, আমরা প্রায় আমাদের আলোচনার শেষ পর্যায়ে এসে গেছি। বাঙালি ব্যবসা করতে জানে না, এরকম একটা মিথ আমরা শুনি। এই মিথকে ধ্বংস করে প্রণববাবু 70 বছর পার করে আসা সফল বাঙালি প্রতিষ্ঠানের কর্ণধার হিসেবে আগামী প্রজন্মকে কি বার্তা দেবেন আপনি, বা এখনকার তরুণ প্রজন্মকে কি বার্তা দেবেন?
আমি বলছি বাস্তবে একটা জিনিসই, যে সাহস, বললাম ব্যবসা যেটা, সাহস তো থাকতেই হবে, এগিয়ে যেতে হবে। আর কাট ইউর কোড অ্যাকর্ডিং টু ইউর ক্লথ। আপনার ক্যাপাসিটি অনুযায়ী আপনি এগোন, ক্যাপাসিটি বাইরে গেলে কিন্তু অনেকে এটা চলে যায়, এবং সেখানে গিয়ে তখন ডিসব্যালেন্স হয়ে যায় অনেক সময়। সেটা না করে তার ক্যাপাসিটি অনুযায়ী তার এগোনোটাই বেটার। এবং যেটা সহজ রাস্তা, যেটা জানা রাস্তা, অজানা রাস্তা না গিয়ে যেটা সহজ রাস্তা, সেই পথে যাওয়াটাই বেটার হবে।
নিশ্চয়ই।
আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা আমরা সবসময় দাদার কাছে শিখেছি, যেহেতু আপনি বললেন, এটা হচ্ছে দের ইজ নো শর্টকাট। খুব সহজে অনেকে মনে করে যে সহজেই হয়তো কিছু হয়ে যাবে, কিন্তু ওটা হয় না কখনো। তো সবকিছু মানে লেগে পড়ে থাকতে হয়, সময় লাগে, বাট লেগে পড়ে থাকতে হয়, আস্তে আস্তে সবকিছুই ডেভেলপ করে। এগুলো আমরা শিখেছি, এখনো শিখছি ওনার কাছ থেকে। তো দেখা যাক আগামী দিন কিভাবে চলে।
আর কিছু, আরো ছোটখাটো কোনো ইন্টারেস্টিং গল্প যদি কিছু থাকে?
সৃষ্টি গল্প তো অনেক থাকে, কাজ করতে গেলে তো অনেক রকম উত্থান পতন তো থাকেই। হ্যাঁ, তো সেগুলো তো মানে ফেস করতেই হবে। আপনি ভাববেন না জীবনের রাস্তাটা যে জায়গায় এসে খুব স্মুথলি এসছে, এখানে অনেক ঘাত প্রতিঘাতের মধ্যে দিয়ে আসতে হয়েছে। তো একটা জিনিস যেটা বলেন যে অনেস্ট থাকার খুব দরকার আছে। অনেস্টি না থাকলে ওটাও টিকে থাকে না, ব্যবসা যতই বড় না কেন অনেস্টি ছাড়া একজন লোক বেঁচে থাকতে পারে না। আর পরিশ্রমটাও করতে হয়। পরিশ্রমটা যদি মনে করি করবো না, বড় হয়ে গেছি, আমি তো ঠিক আছি, আমি আর দেখার দরকার নেই, তাহলে আবার বিজনেস পড়ে যাবে। বাঙালি বিজনেস এই জন্যই পড়ে যায়, বাঙালিরা একটুখানি সত্যি কথা বলছি খুব আরাম প্রিয়, এবং সেই জন্যই বাঙালিদের একটা বদনাম আছে। আমি সেই জায়গায় কিন্তু আমি নেই, আমি আরাম একদমই করি না। এবং এখনো পর্যন্ত আমার এত বয়সেও আমি সবার 7টা থেকে রাত্রি 11টা অব্দি আমাকে কাজ করতে হয়। তবেই এই জায়গাটা আমি ধরে রেখেছি, এবং আগামী দিন যে এগোতে হচ্ছে আমাকে আরো বেশি কাজ করতে হচ্ছে। তবেই নিজের কাজ তো আছেই, প্লাস ডেভেলপমেন্ট করা, পড়াশোনা করা, এগুলো তো অফিস টাইমের মধ্যে হয় না। এগুলো সবাই চলে যাওয়ার পর রাতের দিকে এগুলো স্টাডি করতে হয়, এগুলো করে দিতে হবে, স্টাডি করতে হবে, ডেভেলপমেন্ট করতে হবে। তাহলে এগুলো
ইন্টারেস্টিং গল্প আপনি যেটা বলছিলেন, যে ইন্টারেস্টিং আর কি গল্প, ইন্টারেস্টিং এর থেকে আমি বলবো ইন্সপায়ারিং গল্প আমি বলবো। কারণ কি, আমরা প্রায় শুনি, মানে অনেক জায়গায় আমাদের যেতে হয়, ওখানে অনেকের সঙ্গে দেখা হয়, কোনো ফিল্ম ডিরেক্টর, কোনো স্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটার, কোনো ডাক্তার, এটা ডক্টর, হ্যাঁ, একজন ডাক্তার, উনি দাদাকে একদিন বললেন যে আমি তো ডাক্তারি আপনার জন্য পাশ করেছি। তো আমরা তো অবাক হয়ে গেলাম যে সেটা আবার কি করে হয়। তো উনি বললেন, না, আমি যে এই যে ডাক্তারি পড়াশোনা যেটা করতাম, তখন কিন্তু এই মুখরোচক আমার পাশে থাকতো, মুখরোচক খেতাম, আর আমি রাত জেগে জেগে আমি পড়াশোনা করতাম। তো একজন স্ক্রিপ্ট রাইটার একদিন বললেন, আমার কোনো গল্পই আসে না যদি না মুখরোচক নিয়ে বসি। আমি মুখরোচকটা নিয়ে বসি, আমার গল্প ঠিক মাথাটা খুলে যায়, ব্রেন খুলে যায়, আমার পরপর আমার এসে যায় সব। তো এগুলো ইন্টারেস্টিং বলবো না ইন্সপায়ারিং বলবো, আমি বলবো এগুলো
দুটোই, দুটোই।
ইন্সপায়ারিং।
অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা এখন খাও খেলাও মুড বানাও এই ক্যাপশনে চলে এসেছি।
বাহ, বাহ। তো যেটা প্রতিভা বললেন যে এখন তো বাঙালি কোম্পানি আর নেই, এটা প্যান ইন্ডিয়া হয়ে গেছে, খালি আমরা
একদম একদম
ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে পাওয়া যাবে এরকম ব্যাপার নয়।
হ্যাঁ।
তো প্রণববাবু, প্রতীক এবং সঙ্গীতা ম্যাডাম, আপনারা আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকলেন আজকে নিজেদের ব্যস্ততা থেকে কিছুটা সময় বার করে, এবং 70 বছরের যাত্রাপথের অনেক অনেক আকর্ষণীয় গল্প মুখরোচকের আমরা শুনলাম। আপনাদের সকলকে অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ। আমাদের মানে মুখরোচক টিমকে, আপনাদের কোম্পানির সকলকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ জানাই। আপনাদের আমরা এখানে কাছে পেয়ে খুবই খুবই গর্বিত। মুখরোচক ভবিষ্যতে বাংলা তথা ভারতবর্ষের মুখ আরো উজ্জ্বল করুক এবং আরো অনেক 70 বছর পেরিয়ে অনেক সাফল্য অর্জন করে ক্রমাগত এগিয়ে চলুক, এই আশা রেখে আমাদের আজকের আলোচনা শেষ করছি। সবাইকে নমস্কার। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Yeah, very good afternoon to all the participants who are kind enough to attend this, session on manufacturing conclave for MSME. And also, big thank you to all our eminent speakers from the industry. The topic is this emerging trends and innovation in renewable energy and electronics. This is really a burning topic because in the recently the main thrust by our Prime Minister Mr. Modi on the how to develop India as a hub of renewable energy, especially in solar and wind power sector. If you see, as of December, about 34 gigawatt of utility scale solar capacity has been commissioned in India, while another 46 gigawatt is under pipeline and 34 gigawatt is under the bidding phase. The top three states in India, Rajasthan, AP, and Gujarat, where maximum installation of solar, energy has been taken place in the last 1 year. And here our panelists are Mr. Samujal Ganguly, who is President Navitas Green Solutions, who is having quite rich experience in the solar industry. Dr. Animesh Biswas, Assistant Vice President, Dobox Technology, and Mr. Debasis Banerjee, who is CEO of Fabricast Equipment. We once again welcome to our speakers who will share what are the challenges in this industry and how, what are the main things the MSME needs to do to enter this segment, because this is a new emerging segment. And and also what are the competitive edge the MSME should build, especially in modular manufacturing and EPC for project education in both rooftop as well as large projects, as it is still dominated by big players. But we want the MSME, since there will be a good growth story in the power industry, especially in the renewable space, we want more MSME to come into this thing. And we request our speakers to speak at least 10 to 12 minutes on this opportunity in this space. Apart from this thing, we have got this session on electronics. With the supply chain disruption during the pandemic due to due to the over dependence on China by many manufacturers around the world, there is a disruption in the supply chain because most of the big corporations, especially the for semiconductor panel, dependent on China. So we feel there is an immense opportunity because for MSME to enter this segment, especially the semiconductor supply chain and manufacturing services.
BCCI for inviting me for this session. Thank you, BCCI. See, I think what Mr. Bera shared. The challenge is that till now we were generating solar power and injecting the power into the national grid, be it in Calcutta, West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, or in Rajasthan, Gujarat, where solar is more populated. Now this is making the grid unstable. Why? Because the peak power required is during the evening hour, power during the evening hours. Basically, now we need to have a storage component in the renewable energy sector, be it solar, wind, Wind is much more unstable. Commitment, you cannot commit what is the wind will happen down the line. So a more amount of storage component has to go into it. There are different forms of storage which are available, but the more common form is the battery energy storage, what people are generally using. Apart from that, there are like hydro storages where you pump up the water during the off-peak hours and generate during the peak hours. But those are all very cost intensive projects and they require a lot of permissions because lot of forest has to be cut down, water has to be stored in reservoirs, and there are a lot of issues related to those. The safest way is storage of energy through BESS, battery systems. Now, these battery technologies are different technologies are available. Basically, Navitas is a company based out of Surat. I have a small presentation just to give you the background of Navitas. It's a very small thing, and I would like to come to the subject directly from there. Can we have the presentation, please? Solar modules manufacturing. We have a 200 megawatt plant based out of Surat in Gujarat, and we are expanding to 500 megawatt by this year end. But we thought that only manufacturing solar and installing rooftop plants or ground mounted plants will not help the country. So this is the presentation is running. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Navitas, as you can see, is a panel manufacturing company specialized in solar modules, and we are also into EPC, both in rooftop and ground mounted CAPEX and OPEX models. And this plant is getting enhanced to 500 megawatt by 2021. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
So we have a manufacturing facility of modules. Then we have a EVA manufacturing. EVA is one of the major component that is required for encapsulation of the solar cells. This was purely imported from China. Now there are a couple of Indian manufacturers and we are one of them. So you can count the manufacturers in hand. So we are trying to manufacture this product in India, which is a Chinese replacement. Then we are into EPC for ground mounted, rooftop, and also captive power generation. We also have expertise in hydro. We are also into asset management consultancy, where we undertake projects for operation and management. We are into solar products, lighting solutions, power generating solutions. We have launched a new product, solar cooking solution with induction system. So previously, many of us have seen solar cookers we have to put on the roof of the house, and whole day it used to take time for cooking. Now those days are gone. People don't have time. So using this induction cooker, you can cook your food in like in your kitchen. You don't have to go to the open sunlight and cook your food, and it is purely clean. Even I consider cooking food on gas is also not clean, because there also it is burning oxygen and you are emitting carbon dioxide. So this is a pure clean way of cooking. You can cook about 3 to 4 hours every day on this system. Then we have water purification system, water pumping solution, security and high mast lighting, and many other applications we are working on. We are also into RESCO models, where we take over assets which are not performing, revamp them, and earn through sale of power. Next slide. These are the group companies we have. We are into transformer manufacturing and servicing through Mahati Industries, based out of Pune. We are into Magic Rates. Magic Rates is a company manufacturing fly ash blocks. It is one of the biggest company in the country with an automated line. Then we are into textile, as Surat is famous for, is a textile hub over there. And you can see there is a company called Renon. Renon is into production of lithium batteries. I will come to it, why we thought of going into this company. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here, before slide, yeah. So here, see, basically we are based out of Surat, in the western part of the country, and we are looking for channel partners who can get into our business verticals, and even we are looking for suppliers. Now, you can close the presentation. Thank you. Now, why I showed you the Renon? See, basically we were discussing about storage of power. So, lead acid is one solution which is already available. We are also into contract manufacturing of lead acid battery, where our small products, they use lead acid batteries. And parallelly, for big projects and for EV applications, we are manufacturing lithium battery packs. Now, both the technologies are available. I think with using these technologies, we can take care of this storage part for the grid and make the grid much more stable. Now, where to go for lithium and where to go for lead acid, it is a question of calculations and other environmental conditions. If you see way back in 10 years, 20 years ago, in our houses, we used to have small inverters. So they used to have lead acid battery. So it is also a type of energy storage. So every household in small cities or small towns had an inverter, and this used to act as an energy storage. Now people are trying to connect a solar module with this system and have a household system of energy storage. Now this has two advantages. First advantage is that you have a solar system where you can get power without going into net metering or gross metering. Now, net metering and gross metering, there is a huge turmoil happening all over the country, because net metering is a loss-making proposition to the DISCOMs. DISCOMs are trying to come out of the net metering policies and schemes, and they are going to gross metering. Whereas this product which we are manufacturing does not require net metering. It can power all your loads during availability of sunlight, and at the same time store the extra energy into the battery. The other advantage is that even if you have a rooftop solar system, that rooftop solar system can only generate power during the day. If there is a power cut, it stops generating power. So even during the day, if there is a power cut, the entire energy is lost, solar energy, and in the night time, it cannot be of any use, because if there is a power cut in the night time, it does not have any storage. But the systems we are proposing with battery backup, they are both available in lead acid and lithium models. So this can give you energy backup during even dark hours, in the evening, night, whenever there is a power cut, you can get. So I think this will, to some extent, this type of products to some extent, will reduce the load on the national grid and make it much more stable, because here the peak hours, it is being taken care of by the solar system. So I think we can discuss on this topic. Other speakers are there. I think they will put more light.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ganguly. Over to Dr. Animesh Viswas to throw some light on the topics of the today.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. First of all, I'm not a doctorate yet. I'm a management professional on the way to become a doctor. So thank you so much, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and all the esteemed participants, for enabling me to speak on a topic which is very pertinent today. I come from a company called Debox, which has been one of the pioneer in software making, and we have made some of the products which were never been envisaged in the past. When I say never been envisaged, that it is very surprising for a country of our size that we still don't have an operating system. All the electronics and everything only operates when you have a connecting bloodline, which is software. So just giving a little brief about us, we are an indigenous setup. We have made some product which are Indian IPR based. We have made India's only cyber secure phone. The software is indigenous, completely built in India by a very young team, and it has been placed on a mobile which is made in India. Only the chip has been the part which is not in India made, but the rest of the components are India. So you can see the capabilities which we can drive. The only thing which we lack over here is scalability. But fortunately, I would see this Corona pandemic and the issue as a blessing in disguise. As Mr. Bera rightly said, the world's entire supply chain went into shackles when China did not produce enough, and then we suddenly understood there is a dependency on China which may throttle the business in the future also. It's a wake up call for industry leaders. It's a wake up call for the industry. It's a wake up call for the country itself. It's a wake up call for the government also. Uh, we have been working on a lot of government initiative, which is indigenization, but suddenly after this, you see a lot of engagement, a lot of product development happening around this particular thing. The point I'm trying to make here is this: uh, this is the time we can claim, India can claim its place upon the global scale. How does it happen? It happens because if you go around in Bangalore, if you move in Hyderabad, if you go to Gurgaon, if you go to Noida, you see a lot of startup companies which are making very very innovative products which has been never been envisaged. Just to give you a brief background, what makes America leader today and what makes China leader, that both of the countries invest heavily on startups. They have made a very well developed ecosystem of startups where the technology is nurtured in startup hubs and it is utilized by the very large MNCs. Just to give an example, everybody today is dependent upon WhatsApp. Now we are seeing a WhatsApp model. We are seeing a business model in electronics industry also, which is way beyond our imagination. All these things happened at the time of the late 90s and 2000, when the government thought and the industry thought that we have to invest in the startups. That is one part. How do we move forward, and what is the current scenario which I will, because I'm an electronics engineer, so as my forte, when I passed my engineering, so the obvious choice was to go into electronic industry. But fortunately, unfortunately, there was not enough space. I worked in Microsoft. I worked in other parts of the world also. So the basic loophole was that we were not able to get on the bus of large electronic manufacturing country. If you go to Vietnam, you see a small country what they can do in manufacturing electronics, manufacturing any item which is desirable by the any industry. But fortunately, with a lot of government initiatives, the things are changing. Uh, we are already a $400 billion market for electronics, but we only produce $100 billion products for the market, which is currently in India. So there is a lag of almost $250 billion market. So $215 billion market is still unaddressed by Indian companies. The target of government in 2025 is to export 100 crore phone, in which 60 crore mobile phones would be manufactured for the country. So you can see it's beyond imagination, what electronic capability can do. So as you rightly said, Mr. Vera, there are a lot of challenges, but the future looks very bright. Why it looks bright? Because, just to give some examples, suddenly you see that after the China fiasco and our dependency on China now suddenly have decreased. Mr. Ganguly rightly brought a point. When the Corona pandemic hit us, we did not manufacture any single PPE kit in the country. Now we are the largest exporter of PPE kit. So which has happened within matter of 6 months time. So we have the capabilities. We have, if the right desire is there, it can be turned around. If we can make PPE kits in just a jiffy of time, we can make electronic kits also. The need of the hour is industry seniors like you, the veterans, industry men. They have to collaborate with youngsters, with young startups, because technology is taking leaps and bounds. I would come to the industry sector about Industry 4.0, which can turn around any manufacturing on a large scale. So, keeping my this opening statement very short, I think the future is quite bright, but we have to understand one aspect, that experience and energy has to go together. So that should be the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Biswas. Over to Mr. Devashish Banerjee. I think you are on mute. You are not audible. Shantan, can you help?
Yeah, yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, BCCI, for giving me this opportunity, to speak regarding the re-emergence of India and the renewable sector, which has been long neglected for. I mean, we should surge ahead. Me, being the head of an MSME unit and manufacturing Philwell brand LED lights. So there is a very good and very wide market opportunity for MSME sectors. I would rather trust on how MSME can improve upon the get into this manufacturing of the huge opportunities that are in front of us, like Mr. Biswas have been saying. So COVID in a way has been an eye opener for us, and India's demand for electricity has been surging. Solar being one of the areas that are being catered into because there is a huge demand of electricity, and we know power stations have their own limitations because of the fossil fuels. Now, another aspect that we really need to look into, along with the solar aspect, is the light that we are using. Till 2014, we have been accustomed in using CFL mainly. Now, after 2014, LED came in. LED being an energy saving module of generating electricity, where you can, it has a long, life. So it gradually changed our idea from using CFL to using LED. And LED became the main thrust factor or the main lighting media in our country. Of course, there have been certain government schemes and facilities like the Ujala schemes. Ujala actually helped us to bring the cost of LED bulbs from rupees 400 to around rupees 70 because of the wide usage. In 2018, we have been able to save around 30 terawatt of current, terawatt hour current, which is a huge saving on our part because of the usage of LED lamps. And we have a figure of what of the lights we are manufacturing and the opportunities that MSME units or any startup, if they go in for manufacturing of quality light and more, different types of lights rather than the lights that are being used in standard by other companies. So there is a quite a big aspect into generating and saving our energy in a big way. So that would really reduce our energy consumption pattern in India and help us lot to strive. Again, LED being the electronics industry, we have to depend heavily on China for our imports of components. That is again something that we really need to look forward, and we have to build our own, as was been explained, our own semiconductor industry. We have to upscale it. So that is something, another aspect we really need to. I think this is the more the person people get into the manufacturing sectors. I mean, they start their own startups or their own ventures in lighting or in other solar areas. Wind is still very new to us. We can really make India very self-reliant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. It is quite, thank you to all the speakers. It was quite insightful in each of these. I have got one or two questions to Mr. Ganguly. What are the top three things that you feel most important for a MSME to enter into the solar sectors in a small way, not a big investment?
Mr. Bera, I think what Mr. Biswas was telling, I think that sounds very interesting. See, basically, if you have to make products to compete Chinese market, you have to at least adopt the Chinese model of working.
Yeah.
I've been in China for a couple of times and I've seen they're working from very close. There are companies who are only into R&D.
Yeah.
They only do R&D, and after the product is developed, they give it to manufacturing houses, and the manufacturing houses, they produce in bulk. If you produce in bulk, you have many advantages. First advantage is that the quality of the product becomes very good because he's specialized not in R&D, he's specialized in production only.
Yeah.
So the finishing, the quality becomes excellent. If you buy a Chinese product, the appearance of the product is so good that you will not touch similar products from Indian manufactured. And the second thing is that they are into now getting orders from different R&D organizations. So they are into bulk production.
Yeah.
So bulk production, as Mr. Banerjee told, that Ujala scheme, because of huge requirement, the prices has come down. So when you go into a bulk production, the cost will come down. So your manufacturing cost becomes very, very low, and you are able to compete with anybody in the world.
Yeah.
I think first of all, we can always improve on this model. But first of all, the MSMEs should think in two aspects. One is the finishing and the quality. Because everybody would like to have a product which looks very good and works and have systems or intelligence as good as a Chinese product. You see the toys and the cost they give us. This is because of bulk production, and the molds they can use when they are going into bulk production doesn't cost them much when they are doing bulk production. But if you are doing very low production, the mold will be very costly to you, and you will not get good finishing out of the materials.
Yeah.
And the second thing is improve on the working mechanism. As I told, let there be startup companies like Mr. Biswas's company who get involved only in designing because that is their brain. Let them get into new thing designing, and let there be MSME companies who comes and joins hand with companies like Mr. Biswas to bring to the market good products which are like maybe better than Chinese products.
Yeah, but recently I was reading in the media that the government is going to impose the anti-dumping, I think July 22 on modular mounting, this thing, modules, I think. So how it is going to impact in a positive way to our Indian industry?
See, if you consider solar modules, I think you're talking about solar modules. As we said, as in my presentation I showed you, we started manufacturing EVA.
Yeah.
That is the one of the material required for encapsulations.
Yeah.
So if government doesn't impose duties, nobody seriously will go into manufacturing.
Yeah.
Till today, apart from Borosil, most of the solar glasses are imported. Borosil is manufacturing glass.
Yeah.
So once duties are imposed, then people will be very much interested in going into manufacturing of raw materials for solar modules. You see, all companies in India, there are a handful of companies you can count in one hand who manufacture solar cells.
Yeah.
All these companies were into loss for last few years. Now, because government has put up domestic content, these people are seeing some profit. End of the day, anybody who is investing money in the industry is investing money in the working capital, putting up factories, putting up business verticals. is looking for some profit. At the end of the day, if you don't have profit, what is the use of doing a business?
Exactly.
So if government doesn't encourage, government doesn't need to give any subsidies. I think we should come out of the subsidy regime. Subsidy should be stopped at one go. No subsidies. You make rules and let the rules drive it.
Yeah.
So if dumping is imposed, anti-dumping or similar duties, I think it will not kill the industry. It will make the industry much more healthy because people will have much more better margins, and I think they will be able to deliver better materials.
And I thank you so much. It is very interesting point.
Mr. Biswas.
Yeah, Mr. Biswas.
Just as the extension of Sir's point, that wanted to make a point across, if you allow me, Mr. Bera.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Look, he is right that the government should be enabler, not the decision maker. So the dumping laws or whatever, as we call our duty laws, for a certain amount of time, they does give you a levy across the industry. What happens that as a MSME or as a small company, you need a certain condition environment. You need some preferential market access so that in the eventual years you become like somebody who can compete. I'll give you example of some companies across US and European markets and China itself. The government prima facie gave them an environment, and the government became the buyer also along with the industry consumers. What happened in the eventual process due to that profit zone, they were able to become a large MNC. Mr. Ganguly is 100% right that every businessman enters into business to make profit, and he or she sees profitability after a certain point of time. But as a hand holding, there must be effort from both. I am adding a point that the government has to have effort, plus the industry also has to have a mindset of using Indian products, indigenous products. Just making Indian products for Indian market never will help in a long. The mindset of encouraging the Indian setup also needs to be there, because India is a very price sensitive market. Obviously, price is a critical factor for making any business profitable. But the industry, large players, organizations like Mr. Ganguly and Devashish, and they should also have a thought in the process that uh, giving little edge to Indian startup eventually makes their profitability large. So that's the point I wanted to make. It's the effort of the government and the industry as a consumer also.
Thank you so much. Very interesting
I will
point.
just add on over here, Mr.
Yeah.
Biswas. Nowadays people want to buy Indian products. I know a very big company. They are the biggest taxpayer in West Bengal. They purchased huge amount of solar modules from abroad. Now they are having problem abroad. I mean, tier one companies, not small players in China or something like that. They imported. They had a fascination. We'll buy modules from imported companies, not Indian manufacturers. Now they have a problem with the service. So now they are running behind the manufacturer and not getting service. Now they are telling we will now buy modules from Indian companies only. So that mindset is coming slowly, but we have to improve on service, improve on product quality, and as you told, price. People will not pay you extra money for buying from India. They can give you matching price of Chinese products, but they will not give you any extra. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely a very good point, Mr. Ganguly, because over a period of time, because Judge Mr. Biswas has clearly told, enabling the MSME, after over a period of time, once the manufacturing process, everything, and some competitive edge they have built up, then they will set up their own marketing and other things, which will compete with global market. So ideally, China, Japan, and Korea, they have done that way. So in initial stages, government intervention in enabling the business is critical thing. Any thought on this thing, Mr. Banerjee?
Yes, these are the points that definitely needs to be looked into. Apart from that, if we talk of the Indian market, like we are operating in an open market in Bengal. So we are supplying, manufacturing and supplying LED lights. One of the problems that we face is that there is a regular usage of credit facility, and credit to the tune of it's an unlimited credit facility, and this system has been in operations since the beginning. And all the tier one manufacturers, you name the big brands, they have put this system in operations. So for MSME units like us who are keen on developing products that are as per BIS standard or BIS certified, and then selling those products with a credit line, after a certain point it becomes a bit difficult for us to operate. I think this is one aspect that something has to be done, because bank really don't go all the way to finance your project and give you that leverage. So after a certain point of time, operations become a bit difficult. There is another aspect to it, is that companies, tier 1 companies in lighting sector who are operating on pan-India basis, they have a tendency to buy products directly from the China. They have their light manufacturing set up in China. From there, they are assembling or buying, or semi knockdown condition, they are getting it done, and they are bringing in India, and then through their different warehouses, they are simply distributing. Now, we all know that China is way above us in terms of manufacturing. We have been a service-oriented country, but our manufacturing setup had just started. So it is again another problem that we really face as an MSME.
Thank you so much. And Sayantan, is there any question? We can take some 2-3 questions from the audience. Okay, then thank you for the very good sessions, and thank you so much the speakers as well as the participants who are viewing this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vera.
Tata Metallics is a leading manufacturer of world-class pig iron and ductile iron pipes. Commissioned in 1994, Tata Metallics is one of the stars of the global conglomerate, the Tata Group. Like a crusader, Tata Metallics has overcome many challenges to rise like a phoenix, successfully consolidated its leadership position in the industry with the vision of reaching tomorrow first. Tata Metallics has ensured sustainable growth through its 6 strategic business priorities. Empowered by the state-of-the-art manufacturing facility at Kharagpur, the company has embarked on the path of cost leadership through operational excellence, productivity enhancement, and resource optimization. The organization aspires to be the supplier of choice, engaging with customers to enhance our offerings and provide differentiated customer experiences. Customer centricity is at the core of Tata Metallics. The company reaches out to its domestic and international customers with world-class products and services.
Listening and learning
thereby ensuring that the solutions are customized to optimize the unique needs and expectations of each of the customers. Tata FE brand of energy-efficient pig iron and Tata Ductura brand of ductile iron pipes, along with customized technical services, have been designed to deliver customer delight. With its robust people practices, engagements and initiatives, it is creating a culture of learning, teamwork and collaboration. Tata Metallics is a learning organization poised on the path of continuous improvement. Automation and digitization processes are the pivot to innovate and excel. Conserving resources efficiently by actively following a reduce, reuse, recycle principle towards sustainable growth. Driven by a strong sense of social commitment, Tata Metallics has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around Kharagpur and Kolkata. Tata Metallics has been widely recognized and awarded for its excellence and achievements. Tata Metallics is future-ready to take on the ever-challenging global demands, setting new paradigms of excellence, touching lives. Tata Metallics, reaching tomorrow first. Tata Metallics is a leading manufacturer of world-class pig iron and ductile iron pipes. Commissioned in 1994, Tata Metallics is one of the stars of the global conglomerate. The
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the midst of the MSME Conclave, Manufacturing and MSME Conclave, pardon me. This is an extraordinary session consisting of former presidents of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They're really much more than just former presidents. They're all leading lights in the field of industry, at least in this part of the country. We have with me Mr. Indrajit Sen, who is the Managing Director of International Combustion India Limited, an Indian public limited company. Mr. Sen is a mechanical engineer from Premier Engineering Institute in India and has been involved in manufacturing of railway wagons, shipbuilding, ship repairing, manufacturing of cranes, boilers, and other industrial machineries. Really, indeed, he has been a guidance for us as far as the manufacturing committee is concerned, as far as the Center of Excellence is concerned. We have with us Mr. Aniruddha Lahiri, with his 4 decades experience served in leadership role in various companies such as Unilever Group, TCG Group, etc. Mr. Lahiri has 2 companies that he has founded, Trishul Engineering Solutions Private Limited and Engineering Design Services Company. He is founder chairman of both the companies and is now dedicating all his time to build these businesses. We have with us Mr. Alok Mukherjee, currently the chairman and member of various corporate boards, governing and advisory bodies of several technologies, BTech, MTech, and management, MBA institutions. He is also a mentor for committees on skill, innovation, startups, quality in various associations, and chairman of Audit Committee Director, Indian Steel Sector Skill Council, government sponsored. Indeed, he has been at the forefront of this MSME conclave right from the year 1. He was our chief judge for the first 6 to 8 years. And as far as Mr. Mukherjee is concerned, he can be considered as one of the pioneers in the field of MSMEs, at least in Bengal, in Calcutta. And I still remember from Maheshtola right down to Shibrampur, but it was all fabrication shops and components being built for flax in those days. And that was the making of Mr. Alok Mukherjee. Then we have with us Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, with more than 30 years of experience in management consulting leadership. Mr. Dasgupta is a national consulting leader in PricewaterhouseCoopers and KPMG. He's been in innovation, business transformation, organizational strategy and governance, change management and organizational dynamics. Currently, he is founder and senior partner of Inquiry Consulting LLP. Welcome, Ambarish.
Thank you.
Today, we have our session, which is the effect of pandemic on industries and future roadmap for manufacturing and MSME sector, particularly in this part of the country. To start off, let us first discuss a little bit on the major business segments affected by the pandemic, effect on the manufacturing sector, and their impact on the industry of the region, of this region. To start off, may I request Mr. Indrajit Sen.
Thank you, Kumar. Good afternoon, all of you. We are talking at the moment on a topic which. I don't know, lost you. You can't be. Sorry? Can you hear me?
Can be heard. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. At the moment, of course, today we are discussing a very important topic as to what damage has been done by pandemic for the last 1 year that we have gone through. We have gone through. The world has gone through. Everybody has gone through. So to start with, let us look at the segments. I mean, when we talk about.
Be heard. I can hear you. No, Mr. Lahiri, I think there is a problem at your end. We can hear him well.
Okay.
Indrajit, we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I think Aniruddha, I don't know. Alok, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, you are quite audible. Mr. Lahiri is audible too. Quite audible.
Okay, let me continue.
Yes,
okay.
Please.
When we talk about industry and its effect on the pandemic's effect on the industry, we just do not only talk about one segment of
We can't
industry.
hear you, Indrajit. We can't hear you.
I
We
think.
can't hear you.
I think. Aniruddha, I think.
I can't hear you.
Was I audible?
Is he audible?
We can't hear you.
How do you do that? How do you,
I think one can. We can't hear you. We can't hear anybody. Somebody from the chamber may play. Please phone him. Call him on phone.
call him on phone. He has to switch off করে on করতে বল. In the meantime, let me continue while Aniruddha comes in. Right? It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay. Actually, when we talk about industry, we just don't talk about manufacturing segment, which is of course the largest segment. We don't talk about MSME, which is also the largest group of manufacturing. We start, and I would rather start by saying, let's have a look at which segment of the industry which has been affected badly and which has not been so badly affected. And if we talk about segment which is badly affected, worse affected, I would start by saying that it is the hospitality sector, it is travel and tourism, and the segment more like that, entertainment. I mean, what has happened to those industries is during this shutdown or lockdown, the time and the date and the business that they have lost is lost forever. I mean, this is not recoverable. Again, we look at the one which has suffered least. And when we look at those segments of the industry, we look at, for example, health services, it has suffered least. We look at pharmaceutical industry, which are not really so badly affected because they were always active. We also look at some of the other sectors like food processing, and some of the sectors which has really grown during this period of pandemic, sectors which deals with digital marketing, sectors deals with web marketing. On those sectors have done very well during this period. So they've grown to a new different level. To an extent, I would also say the IT has not done too badly because that's my view, because IT could operate from their own work from home situation. And when we look at what has happened to other sectors, for example, there are sectors which are agro-based sectors like tea, like jute. These were also affected very badly because of migrant laborers. I mean, that has happened. When I come back to only the manufacturing sector, which is also a very big sector, including MSME, this has been very badly hit. It was badly hit. First, it was hit because of lockdown. So there was no manpower, they were not allowed to work, so it was hit badly on lockdown. Then the problem of all manufacturing sector is that they source from all across the country. It's just not local sourcing. And this must be understood very clearly that suppose, for example, in West Bengal, the factories are open, but we source it maybe from Gujarat, maybe from Maharashtra, where factories are closed. So the sourcing got affected very badly. And they were severely, their business got severely affected because of that. Having said this, I must also say that on the demand side, on execution side, I would not say that the loss of business during this period was really a real-time loss, because the demand remained. And what happened was that beyond a certain period of time, they could again come back and deliver what the market wanted. I mean, it is more a deferment than an outright loss, like what has happened to travel tourism or hospitality industry. And this is, I think, what has been really one of the pictures that we see. And when we look at this, I think going forward, as this pandemic is really moving out a little bit, I think going forward, it will start becoming better and better. That's what I would say.
Suresh Dasgupta, your take on this?
Hello, Mr. Vasu. What was your question? Couldn't hear you well.
Basically, we are discussing about the major business segments affected by the pandemic.
Right.
And
Okay.
affected by the manufacturing sector and MSME.
So yeah, the major sectors of the business which we heard from Mr. Shen, of course, I mean, those are the main sectors, but the sectors are also very intertwined. So therefore, there is always any 2 or 3 sectors being badly affected. And if those sectors have been really contributing well to the economy and to the GDP of the country, then what happens is that the effect percolates down and it actually moves to the other sectors also. And therefore, there will be a certain amount of impact on all sectors, and the sectors are so intertwined. But of course, we know hospitality sector was very badly affected, real estate and construction sector was very badly affected, auto at the initial level was very badly affected, and therefore the auto component manufacturer was very badly affected. Anything related to the logistics, any sector related to the logistics was also very badly affected because there was no movement of goods. So the only one who possibly a little bit survived was related to the healthcare and pharmacy. But also there is now a newer sufferance which has come in that sector as well, because at some point in time we have seen that there was a huge proliferation of production of some materials which were related to the COVID mitigation, like sanitizer, PPEs, and all those masks. Now that demands are to some extent coming down. So there is a new proliferation or a new emergence of a different kind of sufferance in some industries who have actually invested in creation of technology, in training their manpower to produce those PPEs and all those kinds of COVID mitigation technologies. They are now to some extent going down to the path of suffering. Also, the industry situation, the bad impact or the positive impact, it also keeps on varying. Now, interestingly, since the vaccination is now going on in full spree, another positive impact on an industry which is now coming up is the production of the syringe. Because there is an acute lack of suddenly being realized that there are not many syringes available that if you want to administer the vaccines at a full scale. So therefore, there is a newer emergence of a sector. So this sector situation now at no point in time is a very permanent kind of thing, either on an adversity or on a positivity. But yes, as I agree with Mr. Shen, there are a couple of sectors which he named, those were initially the biggest sufferers.
Yeah, as it appears, the suffering appears to be very dynamic, hopping from one item to another. Mr. Lahiri, are you online? Otherwise, may I move over to Mr. Mukherjee? Your comments on this.
Oh, well, if the question remains the same, that which sectors have been most affected, impacted, I think the answer would also remain the same as Ambarish said. The most of the things that we know from the beginning, aviation, entertainment, hospitality, all those are doing badly. Certain sectors like pharma and IT component manufacturer, they have not been doing very badly. But I would like to go to a different angle on this. That is the particularly looking at MSMEs. MSMEs today, actually, there is a twin attack on MSME. One was, of course, COVID, and another is lockdown coming out of COVID. I think the large companies is always some buffer. They can tolerate some shocks, like a wagon with a buffer. But the small companies, MSMEs, have no such buffer. And that's why it hit them very hard. They were hard in all respects, but I think the hardest hit, according to the MSMEs, with a lot of whom I have talked, is the cash cycle. The cash cycle got completely disrupted because number one, whatever they have supplied by paying their own money, they are not getting paid for that, and the government, as usual, was also not paying. So, which might not have hurt the large industries very much, or even if they did, they could withstand that very well. But for the MSME, it came very badly. That it was really a shock. And as Ambarish mentioned, some of the SMEs, they innovated during this period. And I know the people who had nothing to do with it started manufacturing hand sanitizer, toiletries, PPE kits, reusable mask, and all those sort of things. Agreed that the market of that will go down, bound to go down as COVID gradually finishes. But even then, that was a very bad time, and some of them could not have survived if they have not started going in another direction completely. Another thing, MSME was very affected, which large industries are not affected, is a remote area. Those are who are based in remote area. They had plenty of difficulty. Number one, even disturbance in supply of electricity. I'm talking now all India, not West Bengal. Interruption in supply of electricity and the supply chain system, because their supply chain system may be somewhere where they just couldn't reach them anyway. So these two things, and of course the restriction on movement, these things hit them very badly. And many of them, as Kumar, you said rightly, many of them face the today now they have a muted demand, which was not released then, but it is coming back gradually, and the new customer expectations are coming. But there are operational challenges still, even today, which is because of health and safety restriction. Many small the business actually needed to make a changes to survive. So the broad theme was generally the same with a large business, protecting the health and safety of the employees. This is what has cost them a lot, and this is look. I mean, if you are allowed instead of 60, only 30 people, if they have to be 2 meter distance between them, the whole layout of the factory has to be changed. And forget about the cost of the sanitizer, temperature check, and all these. Even if you forget that. So these are the things which have happened, especially to the manufacturing small scale businesses and also other small scale businesses. They are actually, and another thing we must remember, that just before the lockdown, just before Corona hit us, the economy was not doing very well at all. So some of the SMEs came into this COVID, came into this lockdown while they are either at a loss or barely breaking even. And then they were struck by all that we are saying. So I think I'll stop here right now, and you can we will come back as you go on asking
Absolutely
other
right
questions.
that there have been
I'm in, by the way. Good,
there have
very
been
good. Welcome, Aniruddha.
fine.
Thank you.
There have been
Thank
so
you.
many
I was
attempts.
listening all the while, but I couldn't speak. Anyway.
There have been so many attempts at defining MSMEs. And actually, during the COVID days, during the lockdown days, MSME has been formally defined considering the plant and machinery investment and the turnover. All said and done, MSMEs are really the units which have least resilience towards external business shocks. And in order to overcome that, the government had sort of decided on some credit guarantee loans. But the main problem at that time was that the demand itself was not there. The demand for products for the MSMEs was not there at all. So things were really bad. Mr. Lahiri, your take on MSMEs, how do they get over these pandemic issues?
Yeah. Mr. Basu, first of all, I would like to take a slightly macro view, if you allow me, that is.
Oh, yes, of course.
And right. I think, for a very meaningful discussion on this subject, you need to also have the up-to-date sort of the latest data. Because it's only from the data, if you crunch the data, you will actually know what the state of the industry and particularly MSMEs are at this point in time. In other words, we are hearing this ad nauseum that the industries are affected and MSMEs are badly affected, but that's all given. That's known. The point is we need to move forward now. And yes, the subject of the discussion also states about what is the future roadmap. Now, for that, you need to know exactly what state it is in now, the industry sector. Number two, whenever we talk about industry, we tend to overemphasize the supply side of the supply demand chain. Now, I think the supply and demand cannot be completely separated. They're very, very, very linked, and therefore the supply chain that has been talked about is an issue of synchronization of the supply side with the demand side. Then only the supply chain becomes sustainable. So we talk about the supply side, but we ignore the demand side. I think that is alluded to by all of us when he said that, look, it's not just a question of supply, but it's also the question of the offtake. And therefore, we will need to look at it from a slightly different perspective, because these MSMEs, they depend hugely on the demand side, and particularly so because many of them are actually linked to or dependent on exports. So we need to see what is happening on the demand side as well, both domestic and internationally. We need to see that because these components, etc., which are being made, for very many industries, are actually meant for export. And those countries which they are dependent upon, their first priority is to ensure that they are able to export. But they are not talking much about what's happening on the demand side and how much are they ready to take, and they increase their offtake. So that's the another point. Next point I want to like to say, let's see, when you talk about a future roadmap, fine. Lot has been talked about helping extended to the large. We all know that for the large manufacturers, large industries, product manufacturing industries, the government has come out with tax cut, for example. Now they have done so, but what are the incentives being given to the MSMEs? Very little. And if you say also, many times the government has said that we will do this, we'll put money in their hands and whatnot. But the fact is, do we really know how much has gone in? I doubt that very much has actually happened in terms of implementation of these plans. Right? The next is we are talking about the changing scene. In the sense that we are not talking about vaccination is being the only and dependable and reliable method of short-circuiting the pandemic. Now, when you short-circuit the pandemic, you're really saying that ultimately is the purpose of ending the pandemic. And the vaccination program, the vaccination program alters the scenario very significantly. Because then everybody is saying that the roadmap is that ultimately vaccinate everybody and get rid of the pandemic. But that's okay. I mean, you cannot just wait, twiddle your thumb and wait for the time when everybody gets vaccinated. And what is the time taken? The government is very serious about vaccination as being the only solution to recoup industry and everything else, life in general. Then what is this? The rate at which this vaccination is going on, it will take 3 years for people to get vaccinated everywhere. Now, if you're depending on what is the government doing, what is their program in terms of saying how quickly and how efficiently can they vaccinate to ensure that the pandemic doesn't face its ugly head again and every now and then. So that's another issue. So money is one, money availability. What has the government done? It has helped the large industries. Why doesn't it help the MSMEs? And if they've intended to help the industries, what has happened so far? I doubt that very much has happened. And then, of course, as I said, the ultimate solution is vaccination. Then for heaven's sake, what are you doing in terms of getting this rate up? We say, oh, we are improving everywhere. That's not the answer. The fact of the matter is, at this rate, in 3 or 4 years, can you wait for 3 years if this is the ultimate solution? Can't happen. The other thing is, leading industries, and particularly the small and middle, industries, what do? You give them incentive. You provide, for example, simple things, you give money. I mean, look, as long as the pandemic exists, and that's going to be some time, then why can't you say that government will help you in buying boots where all the workers will get, can get sanitized, the tunnel through which you go and get sanitized, but they can't afford it. So why the government comes to give you a subsidy, or we'll give you help, or we'll give you this thing, go and, buy and put them in use in your industries? This doesn't happen. Right. Give them incentives in terms of also financial incentives. Now, very little of that has been done, as I said earlier. So, on the whole, I'm saying that unless first thing is that unless and until you have statistics and you crunch the data, you will not be able to, point towards any meaningful solution in terms of creating a roadmap as to how to go about it. The second is help is needed. And help is needed much more vigorously implemented than it is in time. Third is, as I say, I'm summarizing this, and I'm saying that for heaven's sake, you are helping the large industries. Why don't you? And who got deep pockets and they can bear, as Balogdar said, they can tolerate this thing for they've got a capacity, they've got a certain capacity to absorb this shock. So what are you doing for the MSMEs? You're not doing anything. So I think these issues and then demand side, find out what's happening.
We'll get back to you, Mr. Lady, in a while. Just in a minute. As far as this financial year is concerned, I think Q1 was a washout. Q2, Q3, Q4, slow progress has taken place. Q4 appears to be promising. Now, as far as working procedures are concerned, there has been a major shift in the sense now there are virtual conferences, web meetings, working from home, etc. Now, do you really think that this is going to be the normal method of working, Mr. Mukherjee?
No, 1 minute, Mr. Basu, 1 minute.
Yes.
First, please say whether these are relevant to the MSMEs. We are focusing on MSMEs now.
Yes, of course it's relevant. I'll tell you it is relevant. It's relevant to everyone. It's relevant to MSMEs.
It doesn't apply to the MSMEs. I'm sorry.
Aniruddha, I don't quite agree with you. It applies to the MSME most certainly, but not in the scale as it does apply to the very large companies. They have today, many of them have today to almost die if they don't have the digitalization, let's say. On the other hand, MSMEs can survive a little better if they have access to only a lower level of digitalization. Let me tell you this. First, let me tell you one thing which we started with, but we revisited, the stimulus package. I think the stimulus, I happen to be chairman of a board which is comprising only federation of MSMEs. And they told me, most of them told me, the members, that it's a very bitter experience for them when they try to get to this so-called stimulus which the government is trying to give them. You see, stimulus should be a package. It should be a package of fiscal support, of course, but also ease of getting that fiscal support. And that needs some fundamental reform. So they said if you have to fill up 23 forms or whatever, and then you give, then when they go to the bank, where is your collateral? Then of course this is not the thing for the MSMEs.
This can be for something else. So they were generally not happy experience. They didn't have a happy experience with this. I'll come back to the question of digitalization. It's a big question, I think, with a small answer. But ultimately, in the long run, it is quite true that we will probably go to a hybrid system when the COVID comes down. We shall have online, but we shall also have physical meetings and things like that. But it is true, that's what they told me also. It is true that certain customers are asking them that if you want order from us, you must be prepared to accept it online. We don't want to see your face. You are not welcome to our, because of COVID. I am not welcome to your place. You are not welcome to my place. So at least some level of digitalization is a must, where we can transact business. And we have done, we have seen many of the MSMEs have done that. They have already started a web. I think a survey tells that about 25 to 30% of the MSMEs have done that. They are all using WhatsApp or using mail or whatever. The most basic level of digitalization many of them are. And I don't think, Anirudh, though, that this is something is not applicable to the MSMEs. MSMEs, it is applicable, most certainly, but in a much lower scale and lower level. So I have seen many of them taking classes trying to join classes where the digital marketing was shown. And I have spoken to 15 of them, and they are very excited. I said, this is what our customer wants. We must get done this somehow. Borrowing money here and there, whatever is needed. Not much is needed, but whatever is needed, we'll find out the money and do this. So this is something that we have to do in different scale, I must say. Third and last point, vaccine is not the end of the world, end of everything. I do not know whether all of you have read the articles which have come out in Lancet, which says categorically that a vaccine, after vaccine, you must wear your mask, you must wash your hand, you must keep the social distancing. Because nobody knows, no manufacturer of vaccine knows how effective it is going to be. You can
some of the peripheral activities can definitely go hybrid. But the fact is, as far as basic manufacturing is concerned, it has to be on, right? There can be no working from home on that, Mr. Sen, please.
Yeah, you see, actually, it was interesting. And I agree with Alok and that we have to go hybrid, because some of the activity we can't do online. Is done better offline. Some of them, in fact, is more efficient when we go online. In fact, we have been working with a lot of our MSMEs. We were talking about the difficulty the MSMEs might face because of that, but it's not really true, because they are really very flexible. And many of the meetings that we hold today with MSME suppliers are actually online. I mean, they find it also easy. We find it also easy, because all of our people cannot travel. Now, one point that I want to bring here, and I think this is what I would like to share. We have done a recent analysis of what happened. We have a very large base of MSME suppliers for our company. And when we have done an all India evaluation of how have they survived during this period, I always have maintained that MSME is very flexible and they can adopt. But of course, they had serious financial pressure, that I agree. But they have adjusted and adopted things, more or less like what Ambarish was mentioning. They have gone into different other products. And we have only lost because of shutdown of the factories or company, only 0.5% of our supplier base. Everyone else has survived. And when we restarted our working from Q3, Q4 more strongly, everybody kept on supplying us as we wanted. I mean, this is an interesting thing that I like to bring to the table, that it is not really that MSMEs have vanished because of this COVID. They have fought back well and they've come back also well. That is the point I want to make here.
I fully agree with Mr. Mukherjee that vaccine is not the end of pandemic. It's just pandemic may get punctuated. That's all. To Mr. Dasgupta, just a little shift from COVID. What today you think are the main issues hindering industrial growth and fresh investment in this region of the country?
So before moving into this region of the country, which has its own complexities anyway that goes beyond MSME, because the complexities, the economic,
I know you are working on this.
Hello?
I know that you are working on this.
Okay, so the historical, the economic, the political complexities that our states uniquely or this region uniquely has, that will be pervading for MSME as well as for other larger organizations as well. So not moving immediately to the state thing, the MSME as such for the future roadmap, these are, we already have seen a lot of this fiscal incentivization, the enhancement of the liquidity, all the various schemes, the emergency credit guarantee, the ECGLS scheme, various kinds of moratorium, the working capital ceiling being taken off, a lot of relaxations on their LDBG when they're bidding for the large projects, expediting their payments. All those things have already been taken. But the one thing we need to remember that since the MSME and our GDP is so intertwined, like 30-35% of the MSME contributing to the country's economy. So more and more we actually dole out to the MSMEs, there is also a potentiality that we're creating to create a deep scar on the economy. Because if these moratoriums, if these stimuluses that we are providing, the loans that we are providing are not actually repaid back and not being utilized properly, then there will be a deep scar on the economy, which in turn will make these MSMEs again further go down. So it's a very cyclical kind of a thing. So therefore, that balancing is extremely required. That why should I actually stop the doling out and why should I focus more on the self-sustainability of them rather than just giving them the fiscal stimulus. So while researching on that, the area that you will see that our MSMEs primarily suffer from, in addition to the fiscal part, which possibly is adequately being taken care of, is the creation of the market. Is how do they really reach out to the newer market? Because 99% of our MSME we will see is at the micro level. They are not even the medium and the small enterprises. They are the micro level, and these micro level people are very much supplying only maybe one or two customers. So therefore, if you do a customer to the MSME mapping, 90% of them is dependent on one specific company. Like as we were saying, Mr. Mukherjee's large company would possibly be feeding from the entire road of that Bajbaj side, whatever they had, all the MSMEs maybe feeding that flat India at one point in time.
Very right. Very
So
right.
that is the true picture, that most of the 90% of these micro people will be surviving one or two particular company. And maybe the balance 10 is a little way of moving out or doing for the not just depending on 2 or 3. Now, in this case, the Indian consumption can only be enhanced up to a certain level. Because I'm not very sure that how much Indian consumption. So therefore, we have always mentioned about the exportability of the MSME product. Now, the government also has mentioned, which I think sometimes a little bit little impractical. They're saying that MSMEs have to link to the global value chain. Now, what does it mean to an MSME? Go to a foundry shop in Bankura and tell him that you have to link to a global supply chain. What does it actually mean to him? It means nothing. So therefore, all these are theoretical words only, that start exporting, link to the global supply chain and all these kinds of, be innovative, go to industry 4.0. I mean, have all these kinds of things, have more training. Now, somebody which is surviving on maybe 50 lakh kind of an MSME running in Mahershala or in Birbhum or in Bankura, to him, I'm going out and saying, do industry 4.0, digitalize, go for Wi-Fi, go for WhatsApp and all these things. This thing's absolutely ridiculous. Now, therefore, one of the things I must say, and just then I will come to the state side, that even if we are focusing on export, there has to be a regional option being now. Many people are saying that too much of dependence was on China. Too much of dependence still continues to be on China, both from an export as well as from an import, and therefore that has been now more troubled, that particular option. We are therefore having a sufferance on the export side also. Now, I think it was Mr. Raghuram Rajan or somebody actually mentioned, which I found very interesting, that if we now build up just for MSME a much more consolidated trade pact among the ASEAN countries, a much more stronger trade pact, we figuring out that what can they be importing, what can we be exporting, and India gets into that kind of a very strong strategic, implementable kind of a discussion and create a kind of a strategy based on the ASEAN MSME and can percolate it down to the every cluster level in every state, that how would they get themselves connected? What are the contacts? What are the trade logistics? What are the linkages? And can go down to a block level, to a panchayat level with that strategy and make it implementable. That this is what Indonesia is buying. This is what Malaysia is buying. You actually can reach out to Malaysia in this way. These are the buyers of such and such product of yours. That possibly will really be helping to create a newer market for them. And the problem lies in not being able to create a new market. Now, when we come to our own state, I think this will be much more applicable because our state's MSME is not so much dependent on the manufacturing side. They are dependent, but there are other dimensions, like there are agri MSME, there are logistical MSME. If I leave out the IT and ITS part, then there are agri products, food processing, logistical MSMEs. We can actually show them that what are the markets that you can reach out to within the country or outside the country, and help them hold their hands in reaching it out, in making them reach out to that. Actually with this objective in Bengal, these clusters were formed. Now, when we actually started to create this cluster, which is still now in the way of being created, one of the objectives was the cluster was definitely to help them out on financing, but to help them out more on giving them implementable action items for how to enhance their market. And if we really can help them out, it will not just in our state, but in the entire country, MSME is a major problem will actually possibly get solved.
Apart from being mostly micro, the fact remains that most of the MSMEs that we have are ancillaries of some big organization, invariably. And it happens all over. In absence of most big players in our state particularly, how do you think is going to be the future of MSMEs? Mr. Lairi?
Well, I personally think that the future is very bleak. Future is very bleak unless and until there is a comprehensive plan, and the plan depends on a lot of hard work in terms of creating a comprehensive picture of what the scene is. And, I mean, I think we're not very clear. The government itself is not very clear on how to go about it. Now, a lot has been said about all the health credit, this thing, and all that kind of benefits that have been given. But I'm telling you from practical experience, I have worked in the largest industries in worldwide Europe. Now, I am running two SMEs here, MSMEs. They're registered MSMEs, by the way. I have asked for various, whenever the opportunity has been given, I have asked for a lot of concessions which they say they will give, but nothing has happened now. Nobody has even bothered. So, like this, I once again repeat that not much has been happening to support the SMEs in a very planned way, right?
Aniruddha, we are not seeing you. Aniruddha, excuse me, we are not seeing you. Will you
please put on your video?
Let me see.
No.
Yeah.
If he has a weak Wi-Fi, then it's better not to put on the video.
I think that's what's happening. Yes.
The bandwidth is not there.
Okay, you can. I think you can go ahead.
Forget it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please carry on.
The bandwidth is not there. So.
Yeah. Just forget it. Carry on.
Okay, you carry on, Aniruddha.
Yeah. So I'm saying that on the ground, the situation is different from what we hear and what we perceive based on what we hear. The scene is not that, it's highly chaotic. And I'm glad that Amrish again touched upon, or someone touched upon the fact that, it's again the demand side. And it's not enough to say that the demand is there and go and do it. I'm telling you from actual experience, I'm telling you from my own experience that the demand side is very, very weak. Now we are dependent hugely on exports, providing support to companies overseas. Now that's completely dried up. And there are no plans, nothing has been done in terms of the government coming out and saying those who are dependent significantly on exports, well, this is the plan for them. It won't happen. It will not happen. Nothing is seen. And therefore, I personally feel that first of all, we've got to somehow paint some scenarios with the end picture. What is the end picture? What are we planning about a period of 5 years? Or are we talking about 2 years? Are we taking 1 year? What are we talking about? Now I hear from the discussions that this vaccine is not. I agree personally, it is not. Right. Now wearing mask, this and that is very valid, regardless of vaccine, because it is not a question of vaccine.
For an immediate fillip.
So therefore, I think the scene is not clear at all to be able to come out and say that, well, let's project the roadmap. They're not in that position yet. It's too chaotic. The scene is very chaotic. There is too much. The water is very muddy, and at this point in time, there's no way to see which way the fishes are swimming.
Can I make a comment? Devkumar, can I make a comment?
Please.
Just a very short comment. We talk a lot about government. The government giving, government not giving. But I don't you think that we as a chamber, we as federation, we as whatever should do something literally by taking them in our hand. I'll tell you one of the key things, as Indrajit said, that many of them, if not most, many of them are subcontractors, sub-supply to large companies. Large companies have to adopt them, sort of.
Yes,
I'll give you an example. We did that 20 years ago, 30 years ago, something like that. I forget. Bengal Chamber was involved in that. We got experts on welding, fitting, machining, and all that from all over the world. One not from India, they're all from the world. We had to pay only the cost in India. You need to organize so that the payment fees of those people, which is huge, which don't have to be paid by us, nor is it unfair. So we brought people there. I think we brought 3 people for our company. Others might have done nothing. One was welding, one was machining, one was fitting. And they were here for 4 to 5 months, not just weeks. And I can tell you that my inspectors came and went back and told me that, sir, there is a heaven and hell difference between their product today and as it was before. I think the whole point is that it is not only adoption, not only money. Yes, money is very important, but we also show them by hand holding them by hand, how to find the market, how to have an access to new technology of what they're doing, how they can export, how they can have another large company as their customer. These things had to be done, and no government can do it. It's only we who can do it.
Absolutely.
Can I come in?
Immediate encouragement, as an immediate encouragement
all of
MSMEs.
I did not only talk about financial.
Should be taken particularly by Bengal.
I cannot hear you because number of people are speaking together. Tell me.
As an immediate encouragement for MSMEs, what steps you think should be taken particularly by Bengal Chamber, particularly for products related to agriculture, tea, food products, leather, IT, which are possible at least right now in this part of the country?
In fact, let me go back one step backwards. In fact, I would say that Alok has made a very, very, very important comment in the sense that to bring up the industry in this region particularly. I mean, there are two statements. One Ambarish has just made, and one Alok has made about development of the export market. And Alok has talked about hand-holding by large companies. These are two very major factors. In fact, I would think that in terms of this bringing MSME up to the standards, I mean, if we really look at our region, I must honestly say that because we operate on all India basis, I must honestly say that our region is slightly weaker in technologically, in skills, in certain manufacturing sector. I will address the other segment in a while. But to do that, there are many large companies like want to say that someone mentioned that Flact was developing. All of us said that he had put his people to help the others do the hand holding. This is to be done, and in fact, I must also mention this to everyone: is that it is for this purpose actually the Center of Excellence was formed here. As you know, that Center of Excellence was meant for that. But one point that we can take forward from Center of Excellence is to bring in the larger companies to participate to help the MSME sector to mature more, develop skills, and so on and so forth. This is something I think we shall do, and we shall come contact MSMEs and the other companies to do this handholding and take it forward. Answering to your question about tea and
agriculture, tea, leather.
Agriculture, tea, leather,
IT even.
I think.
Food products.
Yes, but you see, Devkuman, I think none of these really are my specialty. So it's very difficult for me to answer this question. Maybe Ambarish or Aniruddha can answer that. Ambarish, would you like to answer this question? It's not my area.
No, not that these sectors are of my specialty also, but still I will try to give an answer.
I will also try after your finish.
Because many of the issues that these sectors are facing for this part of the country or in our state will be similar to the other sectors as well. Now, anything that we prescribe, as we all know, we as a consultant or as an industry leader, that any prescription that we dole out to has to be very much grounded on reality. Because otherwise we can actually give out certain prescriptions which may possibly fall flat in implementation. So my first, if I actually work out a 3-4 step solution for these industries in Bengal, the first thing that one really needs to do is to first do a very thorough and detailed survey of the organizations engaged in this sector, in tea, agri, food products. What exactly are the burning issues out there? So we really need to find out after a detailed survey that what are the burning issues specific to them. In general, burning issues will definitely be that all know that they do not know how to get their market, they have no access to the finance and all these things. But what are the more specific sector-wise issues that they will be having? Particularly the areas which you mentioned, they would definitely be coming out with a large demand of branding, because if they are wanting to move out to a bigger market, like I know I've been talking to the DM, the then DM of Burdwan at one point in time. So I was very surprised to find out, I was in Burdwan to do some study along with him. I found out that in Burdwan, the local houses produce very lovely cookies and biscuits. Very, very lovely cookies and biscuits, and all of the other Bengal Club users, you may also, I tasted those cookies, and those cookies in terms of the taste are no less than the Bengal Club cookies and biscuits which we taste, because they were actually taking them out from the Boeing. But these manufacturers of the biscuits have no idea that beyond that a close vicinity to which they're actually selling, how to take their excellent cookies and biscuits out, not even to forget about outside Burdwan, they don't even know how to reach out to the Calcutta market. So therefore, branding, logistics, these are some of the major issues, how to make them understand where they can go and how to sell. So if by step one will be to first do a thorough survey about these products, figure out what their problems are, leave aside the generic problems which they have, but the specific sector-wise problem, and then at the block level, panchayat level, district level, state level, try to form team with public-private participation, because this will not be possible only be driven through the bureaucrats. This has to be through the public-private participation, companies coming forward from private sector, chambers coming forward to create such a team to help them out in solving those specific problems which will come out.
Before we close for the day, one more point that I would like to touch is the recent labor reforms and PLI scheme in industry. How these are going to affect the manufacturing and MSME sector. Recent labor reforms and the PLI scheme. Mr. Laidi, you start.
I'll take it from here. Can I take it?
I couldn't hear the question properly. It's breaking.
Okay, put the question.
The question is the effect of recent labor reforms and PLI scheme in industry on manufacturing.
Yeah. Now, when you say recent labor laws, what are we saying about? Recent means what? I mean, are we talking about the last 2 years, 1 year since COVID? What are we talking about?
No, I think, Aniruddha, what Dev Kumar is trying to talk about is the three laws. Four laws which has been enacted recently. But I must, if I may say, Dev Kumar, that you see, these laws, a majority of these laws are more social security laws. Only law which is significant to any industry, not only I'm talking of MSME, is that you can engage people on contract.
And PLI also.
PLI comes, productivity linked incentive. I'll come later, but you see, that is one segment. So this one is not really a very interesting thing. It will generate employment, because sometimes some industries like construction industries need people for a short period, and then they don't need, but they are scared that taking them for a reasonably long time may get them into permanency. And so this is the most significant one. In regard to PLI, you see, this is very unclear. There are only 10 segments which has been defined to fall under this PLI, only 10 segments, including IT and few others. And they have not laid the law of what kind of, at least I have not come across that, what kind of incentive. Because this is productivity linked incentive schemes. It has not been stated very clearly. That's what I see.
Indrajit, is it you talking? Who's talking? Indrajit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think to answer the question which was put to me, I couldn't hear, but now since you expanded on it, the first comment I will make is that let's understand that no laws have been enacted or anything changed specifically to address this pandemic related issues. This kind of this kind of widespread impact of anything has not been seen, and therefore we are still struggling to find out what exactly is seen. Again, I say this, and I'm glad that Dr. talked about data, and say at least you admit the fact, we realize the fact that there has to be a lot more statistics generated. So unless and until you have the statistics with you, how are you going to say to the government that that the MSMEs need some amount of help in terms of, in terms of these changes that are desired in the labor law? Everything that has been enacted, and you're talking specifically about the 4 things, none of them are relevant to the scene that we are going through right now, the problem that we are facing right now. Now, everything that is being suggested is a bit of a laissez-faire. You're saying that you're permitted to hire and fire and that kind of thing, We're not creating, we don't want to jump from the frying pan to the fire. In other words, in other words, at this point in time, we have to also keep in mind that what has happened is very much, or deeply, let's say, linked to to the problem of job creation. So if you look at only, if you say I'll take some action, looking at it in, viewing it directional view, then it doesn't become very relevant. You have to take a much more holistic view, and therefore you don't do something which then affects another area which we've been struggling to solve, and that here is a question of job creation. So again, somebody talked about demand creation. We discussed this. That we have to look at. Ambrish was talking about marketing initiatives which have to be brought to the level of those small industries who are making biscuits and cake, whatever. Now, that kind of help is again linked to, it's actually addresses the question of demand generation. What is their outlet? Can you find ways and means of expanding their market? Now, this kind of help we have to give, but everything again depends on what data do we have. We don't even have, and that's where I think the Bengal Chamber should come out and help, which is to do a study which Ambarish was talking about. The chamber should say, okay, let's get together our resources, what we have, and try and see what kind of can we carry out a little
Mr. Basu,
and what kind of problem?
Yes.
What kind of solutions therefore we involve in these problems?
Yes.
Ambarish, you were saying something?
Yes, I was actually trying to take a stab on this question of the 4 labor codes and PLI. Now, these 4 labor codes will definitely be implemented from possibly from 1st of April. That's the announcement is, but it may shift by maybe a month or two. And I'm happy to also make a statement that not with certainty, but with a big possibility that Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries will be engaged by the government, and they're now in the middle of a discussion on the applicability of these 4 labor codes on the Bengal's labor situation. So therefore, how it will be impacting the Bengal labor, so some strategization, and they are doing some initial studies on that, and possibly they will be formally engaged. But having said so, I should say, to answer your question on the 4 laws codes, one wage, one industrial relation, one OSH, the occupational safety and health, and the social security. Now, of which there are many which will not be applicable for MSME, which is less than 300 employees. So many of them will not possibly be applicable for them. But there are certain things by which they will be benefiting as well, because the complexities of the compliances will come down to a large extent, and therefore their labor rigor cost will possibly to some extent go down. They may also adversely suffer by the wage code. They may also benefit by the wage code, because if the MSME is a subcontractor to a large firm, they may actually benefit by that. But the same MSME may suffer in terms of the wage to the employees that MSME has. So there are certain stipulations and restrictions in terms of the employee salary. So there would be a mixed impact depending on the nature of MSME that you are in. IR will not be much applicable for MSMEs as of now for the state that we have, because less than 300 employees. But the OSH part, the occupational safety health, that may actually bring in some degrees of enforcement on these MSMEs from a compliance angle, for which they may have to also have to invest in certain things in terms of building up the safety and security, which could have a kind of, and which we are now assessing whether the government can help out on investing in those MSMEs into the OSH thing.
They can't afford it. MSMEs can't afford it.
No, Kumar, before we end, can I make a few sentences? Just comments, last comments.
Before we call it a day, let us have last comments for each one of you. Let's start with Mr. Mukherjee. Last comment.
Okay, all right. So the first thing that I would say is that if Bengal Chamber wants to do something, I think they may not be equipped with that. They might have to employ outside agency. I think don't spread yourself too thin. Take up 3-4 groups. Maybe tea is one. Maybe other agri products is one. Maybe small manufacturing is one. Like 3-4 groups. And whatever you can do by yourself, you should do it. Whatever you cannot do, you should give it up. But exactly to find out what bugs them most, and how to come to a solution. And then with that, you can go to the government, go to other private sector, do whatever you like. And that would be a great help. I think there are new opportunities coming. Everything, all is not lost. There are new opportunities coming from MSMEs. Because the digitalization is going to happen, may not be so much in MSME, but in large sector. And they will need components. They will need things. Like even solar energy is going to be in the next 5 years, it will probably double its capacity, and they need small items where the big companies are not into. We have to think how we can make West Bengal or Bihar or Eastern region as a kind of a hub within the country as fast, and maybe later on export of these electronic items. I can tell you also, we have a few of them around Calcutta, the new additive manufacturing machine that is 3D printing. And a day is coming, not very far, that all auto components must be made by a 3D machine. They will not accept it manufactured by hand or by any other machine. So we should prepare the small manufacturing machine for that, how to do that. It is not that costly. Small 3D machines are not that costly. So I think there will be new parts, new assemblies, sub-assemblies, new areas, new horizons which are coming, and the darkness will go away. I think we can see sunshine and clearer days ahead, brighter days ahead, and I'm sure we shall overcome.
Mr. Lahiri, your last words.
My last word is very simple. I'll not stop laboring the point that we need data, we need statistics. Otherwise, we'll just go on, blind leading the blind. And therefore, I would say that Bengal Chamber should take up on a priority basis some studies, some surveys to actually find out what the scene is, and then react to that kind of information and paint scenario. So Bengal Chamber should primarily engage at this point in time in generating, doing surveys and generating data. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dasgupta, Ambarish.
Two things. My last word will be, or my take on this subject will be, enhance the access to the market by anyhow help them in accessing the market by training, guiding, holding their hands. So access to the market. And second thing is that 99% of the MSME as of now being micro, this ratio needs to be changed in favor of the medium and small, because we cannot keep 99% of the MSME, and MSME is 30% of the GDP, and the hands of micro. So we have to make more and more small and medium enterprises evolving from these micro. And for that, we need to have lesser dependence on one single client, which again goes back to my first point also. It is interlinked, that how do we really access the market. So these are the two: market, and make this 99% number come down by moving the micro to the small and medium.
Finally.
Okay. In fact, I agree with everything that has been stated by my co-panelists today. But only one thing that I can mention here is that Bengal Chamber truly can add big value to this sector. They have the infrastructure, they have the capability. Of course, I agree with Alok that many of them, for many evaluation, we will need to go outside help, take outside help. We don't have the infrastructure to do it alone ourselves. But having said that, we have the infrastructure otherwise to lead in the passage. We also have the companies who can actually come and hold hands, as has been suggested by Alok also earlier. And in what way we can increase, as Ambarish mentions, about increasing the for micro industries to help them to do the marketing. This is something I think Bengal Chamber should seriously look at, make an evaluation, and see in what way they can bring this to this MSME sector of this country, of this part of the of this region, and that would make a big difference actually. That's all. Thank you very much from my side.
I think we have had a very interesting and meaningful discussion. Before I close, I think I will have to think of the opportunities, what has come out of this discussion. Opportunities, sunshine, hand-holding, and bright future. One small item before I close once again, it is my favorite subject, that is right now in our life, everything appears to be connected with something electronics. It is about time we do something about electronics hardware. Electronic hardware, I think, is, and everything is today either is imported from directly from China or indirectly. It is time we put in some thoughts about that sector. Thank
That's
you.
what I said. That's what I said. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
for achieving self-reliance. In fact, yesterday also we had a similar session on innovation, and it was quite a lively session, and we understood the innovation, the challenges involved, and how MSMEs can benefit out of innovation. This session also, we are going to discuss about innovation, and we have with us 6 speakers. One will be my colleague, Mr. C.R. Mitra, is the senior member of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee. And we will have Mr. Swarnava Vandapadhyay, the Director of Bongs Prayukti. We will have Mr. Jayanto Saha, Founder and CEO of Lintas Packaging. Then we'll have Mr. Shubhankar Roy, Founder Director of Trent Corporation. We will have Mr. Robin Roy, Founder and CEO of Sustinau. And with me on my right hand side, there is Mr. Subrata Saha, Director of Saha Steel Private Limited. So over to Mr. C.R. Mitra. He's going to make a brief presentation about this scheme, and then we will go to the panelists and have their views. Mr. C.R. Mitra, please.
Thank you. The topic is ideate, innovate, initiate. And we say the key pillars for achieving self-reliance. Now, why do we talk about these 3 I's as key pillars? When you talk about this ideate, innovate and initiate, you are really talking about design thinking. And why we are talking about design thinking right now, how it is different, why we are approaching through design thinking. Design thinking is a human-centric approach. Actually, the first step of design thinking is empathize, means you work with the user, close coordination with the user, and understand and define the problem and solve the problem. How do we do that? First, you understand how the problems are affecting him, and then you define, then you prototype and test it with the end user. So with this close collaboration, design thinking can solve many complex problems. If you see on the screen, you can see that iron triangle, famous iron triangle of project management. That scope, schedule, cost, if any of these 3 constraints are changed, then there will be some impact on either quality, cost, scope or schedule. But in a design thinking, the approach is completely different. I mean, it is a continuous iteration with the end user, and that's why it comes very close to solving the actual problem defined or faced by the user. Many cases, I think, you will also have experience that after the closure of the project is delivered, but you are really not being able to use it. Many times we have also faced. And that is why here I will give you 2 examples. Since we are from the MSME committee, I will take one example for a startup, and the second example is with a small SME. These 2, how they have adopted this design thinking and working with the customer, end user, and made a big solutions, a complex problem they have solved. That the 2 examples I will show. And these 2 examples of startup and SME, we will also see what are the challenges they have faced, what are the advantage on their favor, what are the disadvantage on their favor, on their against. And at the end, we will try to draw conclusion that whether this approach can be followed by other SMEs. Okay, we proceed. Next is, if you see, this is a startup I was talking about. I was surprised to see this startup working in an area what is called aquaculture. Actually, it's a shrimp farm, and intelligent aquaculture and pond management. is a very exciting one. This gentleman is was a electronics engineer. He worked with a firm on semiconductor technology for 6 years. Then one day he came to his native and found his uncle is highly depressed and was under tremendous stress because he has lost almost 8 to 9 lakh rupees. He had a shrimp farm and all the shrimp has died. Why? Because he was out of station and somebody did not start the aerator which actually supplies oxygen into the water. Now he was he was wondering, I mean, why this simple problem cannot be solved. Being a technical person, he then went deep into the detail and he found not only this, the dissolved oxygen is the problem, there are many other parameters which are to be controlled simultaneously for pond management. It's quite interesting. They want also need to monitor the pH level. They also need to monitor also the feeding, the timely feeding and switching on generators, and all these individual machines has to be was manually being used. But the most interesting, he has introduced few products. The most interesting product which is so exciting that I wanted to share with you here, because that has given a maximum impact to the user. That is called Shrimp Talk. This Shrimp Talk is a device which monitors the sound of shrimp eating, and actually the sound is like somebody eating kurkure, this kind of sound. And this Shrimp Talk eating, that this sound is fed to a device called Pond Mother. Pond Mother actually distributes the food for the fishes. And what happens with artificial intelligence, they can predict this bunch of shrimp, how much they will eat. So they exactly calibrate the feeding to, to the required, up to the required quantity. And this particular thing is like, if you can compare with a drip irrigation, there is no loss of water. So this particular one has solved and given a tremendous benefit. The kind of benefit, I'll just give you one by one. The real-time monitoring of pond for all the parameters on the mobile for the people who are who are concerned. In the management group, or they are operating the pond. Then they also have reduced the amount of feed by 40 to 50%, and the feed is the chunk of actual cost, is the half of the cost of running a pond. And so this particular user got a huge benefit out of this particular equipment. Now what has happened over the period of time, all these individual equipment what they have installed, they started connecting to each other, they started talking to each other, and they connected through net. And thereby what has happened, he has exported to 10 countries and he controls it from here. So it's a startup working peacefully in an organization, worked out, saw a problem, worked with the customer, empathize. Empathize is the first step of design thinking. Empathize with the customer. What are the problems? Because in a dynamic situation, this problem keeps on changing. And the moment the problem keeps on changing, it is not the intention of the customer to change the scope. But what happens, either for oversight or for the new requirement, you have to change the specification. And in this method of design thinking, you can incorporate that. And that is how this particular gentleman is really moving forward and in a very prosperous way. So this is one example. Second example is, you can see Dr. Ghosh's photograph also at the background. So this particular equipment is known as centrifuge. Many of you probably have seen it. This, this is a small SME unit. And what happened, how they got into this design thinking, is a very interesting history. They started as a centrifuge service agent. They started servicing or centrifuge of all the imported centrifuge. In fact, the German centrifuge they used to service, and then gradually extended to others. And from the service, they started repairing parts. Then from repairing parts, they started making spares. From making spares to start developing a product. And this product, why the people will buy it? Why the customer will buy it? So he offered to the customer that I am giving this machine to you, use it for 6 months, don't pay. And after 6 months, if you are satisfied, then only pay me. So with that, he now is not only, doing business here, he is trying to increase his productivity. He is also exporting to the neighboring countries. Now, what problem he has solved or benefit he has generated? If you see, he has actually offered a cheaper product, cheaper solution. When you talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is nothing but Atmanirbhar Bharat. Then, in addition, nowadays we don't buy the product, we buy a package. So the service guarantee, because he is a serviceman, so service guarantee is also given. People know him. The customer know him very well. And the customer spend reduced by 25% on imported spares because it's now locally available. So that's the kind of, I would say, the design thinking this gentleman had with his customer, and he completed this particular project. Both are two small companies, and both are having followed this basically ideate, innovate, and initiate. I will come to that. Now, if I see that, now let us compare these two groups. Both are small, but what are the advantage for the startup, or what are the disadvantage of the startup? And then for SME, we will see the same. So if we see the startup, when they start, the customer and market, they have a freedom to choose. The degree of freedom is very high. So they can choose, they have chosen the shrimp farm. They could have chosen, probably a plastic molder, a plastic molding or industry 4.0. But the disadvantage is that the customer and market is unknown to them. That is their disadvantage. In terms of technology, they have the freedom to choose because all the capabilities may not be available with them, and may not match capability. Many times, you have to procure or buy capabilities, but sometimes it is beyond their means. So that is that can be a problem. Then resources, since it's a startup, resource requirements are little. It's not a big resource, very small group, but difficult to get support from outside, the financial support and things like that. Okay. Now let us look at SMEs. SME, on the other hand, the customer and market is known. He knows all the customer. But the moment you say that, then you have, on the disadvantage side, you have a limited opportunities. Freedom of going everywhere is restricted. Then in terms of technology, he has to base it on the core competence, because I think if he goes beyond that, then he will not be able to support the market what he is familiar with. But in terms of technology for these SMEs, mostly they use old technologies. That is their disadvantage. In terms of resources are existing. They don't have to procure new things, but they have limited resources. If you ask some group to work on a project, they probably cannot afford more than a person or two. So with these constraints and with this limitation, both could develop solution for the customers, and those solutions are not simple solutions. Those are complex problems and complex solutions, both. Now let us see what are the challenges they faced. Now to just look at the understanding the challenge, we see on the x-axis there is a timeline. Timeline moves from left to right, and these activities, the ideate on customer need, because customer is in the focal point of the entire system. Then define the problem and innovate. The next is initiate. What do you initiate? Make a prototype and test. And then after all these, if this is now ready and released, then you start generating revenue. So, but what is the challenge? The challenge is, what about your fund? What about your cash flow? So if you look at this, vertical line, the upper side of the horizontal line is the positive cash flow, and the lower side is the negative cash flow. Now, with all this activity, what happens to the organization, whether it is SME or startup, the cash flow becomes like this. You are in negative cash flow. On the left hand of the vertical line, you have to spend. You are spending money when you ideate. You are spending money when you are innovating, when you are making prototype and test. And after that only you start revenue generation. And that is why there is this particular valley is called VOD, or valley of death. It's a very dangerous one. The valley of death, unless you get out of that, you really cannot go to the next cycle. Now the interesting point is, the ideate, innovate, initiate, these are not a linear process. This is non-linear process. Even after prototype and testing, you may go back and redefine the customer need. That is also possible. And that is why it is called design thinking. It is basically human centric. And that is why the first activity is sympathize with the customer. Then the main issue is innovation is meaningless without monetization. So unless you really can monetize and your innovation, if you don't monetize, then it becomes a hobby and not a business. And you run a risk on the left hand side of the vertical line. Now, what happened with the startup? How did they survive? Actually, what happened with the startup? A large customer, he was also a engineer, going for the fish farming. He actually helped him in making prototypes, giving advances, testing it at his own place, and helping in taking out some part of the valley of death. And for the SME, they were very particular that how much I will spend, how much I can afford, and based on that, they try to, the revenue generation was not coming immediately because they are competing with MNCs. So they had to wait, and they had the initial investment was more than the SME, more than the startup if you compare. So with this, I am trying to conclude that to be successful, an innovation process must deliver three things: the superior solution, lower risk and cost of change. Because if your cost of change is more, that if you look at the pond, all his old system has to be thrown and new system has to be bought, probably there will be a lot of resistance. And still, many small scaler could not afford this IoT based platform. And last but not the least is the employee buy-in. Who are the users, actual users? They must be comfortable. And my point is, the last point what I want to make, if a startup and a very small SME you have seen Anjan, how small he is. If they can do this, then why not other SMEs and startup? So I think ideate, innovate, and initiate is definitely the three main pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Great.
C.R. Mitra. In fact, C.R. Mitra had been in Philips development for 7-8 years. And so he was I would say, the brainchild of innovation. I worked with him. So he has very nicely and in a very short time taken us through the whole journey of these 3 I's. And we have also had the fortune of working together with the MSMEs. And we have seen the type of innovation that they can do. So it has set the total theme of this session. Is Mr. Shwardaba Bandapadhyay connected?
Yeah.
Or Mr.
Yeah. Can you,
Shah?
hello, can you hear me?
Blank the screen.
Yeah, Mr. Bandapadhyay is there?
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, please, you can now put your views and comments about this theme of 3I.
Good evening, everybody. Continuing from where Mr. Mitra left, Mr. Mitra talked about the product innovation mostly, but I am in a service industry. I deal with very soft science and technologies and dealing with lots of real people who are on the ground. So our challenges are very different. And actually, during the last pandemic, we were put in a real difficult situation where we had projects in our hand, and the projects were in the remote part of Meghalaya and Assam, where at that time we couldn't travel, we couldn't do our field service, we couldn't talk to the people, we couldn't do our stakeholder consultations. So we were in a very difficult situation to understand and decide how to go about it. And that, I think, the challenge which led us to this ideate, innovate, and initiate process. So what we did is, instead of sending our people from Calcutta or our other offices to these remote places, we started our networking and identified local resources there, and we put them in the service. But that was a very difficult process, because you were putting an unknown person there whom you have not worked before. So we had to do a lot of due diligence, and resource finding was a challenge. And once we did that, we had to put in a place a real-time remote QA/QC process, because if you do the job through them and yet you cannot monetize it, as Mr. Mitra said, then the innovation is of no use. So we had to make sure that the product that we are getting out of them is usable and will bring money to us. So we put in a remote quality control system. We put a lot of different virtual platforms so that we can check their outputs on a daily basis. We can do a real-time corrections of the problems, and that was a very good innovation for us, because it led to a process innovation. So from now, we are not actually sending our people to different places. We are using this model even today. So it has become a new normal for us.
Okay, very nicely put. Mr. Jayanta Shah, are you there? Mr. Jayanta Shah of Lintas?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please, your comments and views, please, on the subject.
Very good evening, everybody. Actually, I would like to start by thanking BCC and I for giving us the opportunity to share our journey through this pandemic. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and other delegators and colleagues. Actually, we started our journey in the year of 1996 with a vision of creating a sense of trust in the metal packaging industry for all the customers in this segment. For all these years, it has been a journey worth living and experiencing across all these years. A lot has changed in the industry, and we are still learning and coping up with the same to the best of our abilities. Running an industry is about facing new challenges every day and overcoming them successfully. The world as it is now, through industrialization and rapid digitalization, has taken a new dimension. However, it thinking that has changed our way of life and industry worldwide completely is the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID was like something which all of us were completely unaware of how to react to the same. In my entire career of so many high and low experiences, did I not face anything of this kind whatsoever. When it first hit, when it is first hit the world and then our country, every one of us were like, what is this? What is this thing? How will it affect our lives? What do we need to prevent of it? So, but so many panic, so many plus minus question, lot of questions, but without an answer. Nobody knows what will be the outcome and answer. Then, when our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji declared completely lockdown, all of us were like, what to do? What we do? It was almost year ending and people were busy wrapping up their targets for the year to close and finish up their reports to analyze and make the due corrections with discussion for better growth and progress for the next financial year. But suddenly everything came to a complete pause one fine morning. Everything left their job as it is, were waiting to resume soon. But who thought at the beginning that is will be such a prolonged thing? All of us were discussing about what to do, what we will do, how will things go of this lockdown state for a long time, as it will ultimately hit cash flow, bearing non-productivity. However, we did not need to wait long before. We again resumed our production, though in a very minimized way, from getting a special permission to open up from the Calcutta Municipal Corporation and the local police station. It has been one anxious ride. We came under essential services, essential item to serve the particular client to the printing industry, to the food crops industry. Likely DIC India Limited is a printing manufacturer and they are our client. So, and ABP Group was the client of DIC India Limited. Rosters were made and alternative days service were started with two teams of both official and production worker. Before we began our factory on the 8th April 2022, just after 12 or 13 days of the starting of the lockdown, our premises were completely sanitized by the municipal committee and 7 strict COVID rules were laid down. And trainings were given to the production staff by our official as to how they will conduct both inside and outside company premises with strict supervision of the official. On that time, every shot of measure were being taken starting from maintaining social distancing and making isolation ward inside factory premises. So far is possible. Using facial masks and hand sanitizer, regularly temperature checked by the temperature meter, digital meter, and different times of the day periodically to ensure maximum safety possible inside company premises. All the team members were provided with masks and hand sanitizer for their personal safety. The factory premises were being sanitized regularly before starting and after the work. No gathering were allowed, and lunch time were specified in small group, maintaining social distancing, and that lunch and everything food was prepared in our premises. All possible and needed special facilities, including regular lunch preparation of all presenting for the particular day, and cab services to from the company and to their residents were provided inside the premises. As we were going through completely lockdown, our motto was to stay a tight-knit unit and support each other to the fullest in the most difficult times. Other than the health aspect, COVID was adversely affected in the business economy as a whole due to the prolonged shutdown and non-productivity of all industrial and consumer units due to the lockdown. There was huge shortage of cash flow in the market, and capital was getting drained rapidly for every organization, every company faced with the limited inventory. Within days of opening and starting our work, we started facing the issue of stock maintenance. That is the main issue was on that time, the procurement.
Mr. Shah, one more minute.
Mhm. Okay. And the government of India beginning the financial aid scheme for the MSME was like a silver lining for us. The bank was giving us the loan on that time. Right? It's a 20% of the working capital, and that loan we get in the time, and we do especially thank to show our gratitude to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industries, who have been always by our side discussing recovery phenomenon. They have made numerous virtual events on the recovery strategy and funding aids for the entrepreneurs like us to supervise the pandemic and the growth and progress continuously. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. Mr. Shubhamkar Roy, are you connected?
Yeah, yeah, I'm connected. You can.
Please, your
Is I'm
views on
audible
the.
now?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay,
Please
great.
continue.
So, a very good afternoon to all eminent speakers and all the participants. Yeah, I know COVID has put us through a lot of stress, and thankful to all these MSMEs who have survived this. So, cash and credit crunch is always being a great issues. I think was even the before the pandemics also our Indian MSMEs and SMEs used to struggle with these issues particularly. It also happened with us even, though we Trend Corporation primarily belongs to the automobile industries, and the effect of demonetization, GSTs has really created a big dip in this particular space. It was a real struggle, and from the struggle, me and my co-founders, with our help of our CAs, we always try to find out like how money can work for us. So and that was a big topic. I don't say it's a one day thing. It was a like daily thing where we have to monitor everything in the cash flows in the balance sheets, like how the things are working and all this. So in that thing, so that's how the idea stage came, and company has started called Trend Pay. So the Trend Pay thing is just let me just share you my screen. If So yeah, the credit crunch things and these all things was very much common to us as well. So what we found that in Indians, especially in MSME business and for small companies like us, it's not always the credit crunch is the problem. Though the credit crunch is the problem, this is the last thing of the chain. But it's all starts with a weak financial planning. So in that's what also we also, though we have the team and all these things, but the financial planning was something is very different, and rather than maintaining the accounts. So these two was two different, and which we actually learned when we got into this problem. And so that time, by the time then, thankfully that government was also pushing the digital economy, and the plastics monies was taking the effect into the Indian economical systems. So this is how the trend pay basically works. Here, what we saw that we had collaborated with banks and the other card companies, and like we said, like why can't we use our this corporate cards to pay the conventional payments like the salary for our company, for the government taxes, for office rents, EMIs, and all. And that's how this idea came up of the trend pay, and this is really is working. And so what with help of this we have found a gateway. It is a B2B gateway where like using this gateways, the companies can make the payments of these conventional payments like the salaries, tax, and all these things, which was not possible earlier through the plastic money. But now, yes, via your credit cards, you can pay for this also, and you can save a substantial amount of cost of funds. There was most of the card companies in today's world is giving almost 45 to 60 days a credit limit, and if we can manage our finances in and around that thing, so I think a 60 days credit was, it has really worked for us, and we have saved a lot of money, and it has really add up in our cash flows. So that was a process, was very simple. It was just paying through the machines that we have seen. And this is how the ideation has came, as is, the need is the basic of all invention. So that's how we also stuck with the problem, and then started hunting the what could be done to do work on these things. So just to add with this system is very much popular in the Western countries as well, and especially the companies like Visa, Mastercard, who are aligned with the card manufacturers companies. They are also taking interest into getting into the mainstream financial system of India. So like if you see the in today's world is only 3 to 4% amount of transactions happens with plastic money for so it's like only the merchandise purchases or the travel payments, that's it. But the mainstream payments like the salaries, EMIs, and whatever for the businesses spends at the end of the day, so that has to be done from their own cost of funds. So that's something I say. So I would lastly I'll say it's not that there are problems, and problems will be always there. That's the other side of the coin. But that should not affect your goals. Don't adjust the goals. Just adjust the action steps. What's need to be done. One door closed means there will be another doors will be open. Thank you.
Mr. Roy. Very nice to know that you could circumvent the problem with innovative solution. And your last words are very, very nice. That don't adjust your goals. Very good. Thank you so much. Mr. Robin Roy of Sustina, are you connected?
Yeah. Good evening. Good evening to everybody. Okay, like every day, I'm still on the field, and hope you are able to see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay. And can you, I'm audible to you, right?
You're audible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Uh, Thank you, the organizer, and I think I would talk about sustainable a little bit, and then I talk about my other endeavor on the innovation and what do I understand by innovations. Okay, Sustainable Advisory Private Limited. Sustainable Advisory Private Limited is working on the domain of sustainability, and almost 3 years back. Couple of I come from IIT background, so a couple of IITians we started thinking that we talk about sustainability and all those things, but how do you measure it? So because unless and until we measure it, it's very difficult to come up with a model and the financial valuations or valuation based on the sustainable values. And then we went through a lot of literature surveys and other things, and then we accepted that the same Bellevue principle, which is people, planet, and the profit, we called it prosperity. Okay, so that from that background we came up with this measurement of sustainability, and Sustino is trying to measure this sustainability. Am I audible to you? Hello.
Right, carry on.
Yeah. So currently we are working on 3 areas, though we have 11 chapters, but it's very difficult to start 11 chapters simultaneously. So we are working on 3 chapters, which is one is there's sustainable farming, and which is 2.5 years back we presume that this kind of the bill which we are now seeing probably is not been accepted yet, but we saw that there is a lot of potential in farming sectors. And farming sector requires a valuation based on the sustainable model. So we came up with that thing that say suppose a contract farming will be a person wants to have have an investment in farming, and the farmer wants to have an access to fund. But how do we match them? What is the rating? How a person would know that this is the kind of farming land one would expect for the farming? So we are giving a solution on this, starting from digital mapping of the land, and then rating, and then what kind of crops are coming in the field, and what is the yield, what is the valuation, all those things in coming into sustainable farming. And second thing, we are working on the sustainable living. That includes we are trying to embed the life of different persons and trying to see that whether we can create, it's an open online platform, and whatever the values they can generate, whether this is sellable or not. Okay, it includes the very marginalized person, and we are trying to see that what kind of value he can offer. Okay, and so we are bringing to the platform, and whatever value he is offering, we are trying to see that trying to understand the peace index between countries. That's a very niche area, because we feel that the defense budget of any country should be measured and based on some analytical model. So there is a lot of data analytics goes into that, and working on the ADB and United Nations, because we have been working with UNDP. So this is a completely a niche area, trying to understand that what is the peace index between two countries, so that the defense budget can be one of the measurement or one of the basis for defense budget based on the peace index. So this is all about Sustino, is trying to understand that whether there is a business model in the sustainable area. And coming to my other endeavor in innovations, I think the first speaker, Dr. I forgot the name, when he talked about the designing of the solutions, we saw that in Indian ecosystem, people understand a lot of technologies, and they understand the problem solving aspects also. But most of when I talked about a lot of innovators and lot of entrepreneurs even, we saw that there is a gap in understanding the product, and product is the ultimate which is sold in the market. The concept of product and has to be built in through the institutionalized approach. So what does it mean? It means that the curriculum needs to be set based on development of a product rather than a development of an engineering course or development of an entrepreneurial course. Because entrepreneurs is the last stage. A person who has the solution, they must come to business and roll the things. So we are going little at the primary stage that how to develop a product. So that's an institutional, we're trying to bring it to the institutional approach. An institutional approach means that there will be a course curriculum. IIT Jodhpur has joined with us, and we signed an MOU also, and trying to working on that how do we roll up a model on product development. So that's how, and I have solar energy companies. These are very, I would say that solar energy and other things, these are completely marketized things. So I have now given it to almost all the things to professionals because my interest lies on the initial stage development, and when the business grows to 10 to 11 CR, then I would like to give it to the professional because I'm not good in running a business. I think my endeavor lies into developing a business. Thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Robin Roy. Very nice insight you have given. Now we have Mr. Subrata Saha, the director of Saha Steel Private Limited. Your views.
Yeah. I was hearing, and really it's indeed very exciting session, and particularly these 3 I. In terms of I, it is an alphabet I, but finally it is the Tritiya Nayan, third eye. So these, if we actually say that the third eye, until or unless we open our third eye, we don't see the reality inside. Without innovation, we cannot live. Yesterday also there was a fantastic session on innovation, and continuous innovation is the thing that it is really required currently. At every step, I think innovation is required, and every step innovations are done. Particularly in the MSME, intrinsically they are innovative. I mean, they have to innovate because as we know that we are asked to be Atmanirbhar, we are always Atmanirbhar. MSME segment is always Atmanirbhar because no one is there to take care of them. If they face any problem, when people block their roads of their vehicles, no one is there to rescue them. If they go to the police station, no one is going to help them. If they go to court, no court helps them. So we know that we are already Atmanirbhar. And with this, we have to innovate our business processes, we have to innovate our services, and continuously. Now, at the back end, the main thing has started that we see is that, whatever we offer to consumer community or to any industry, at every point in time, what we found that we need to work a lot about, of course, the application of design thinking and IoT. Continuous consumer research, continuously watching the consumer trend and accordingly designing our thinking process and accordingly redesigning our offers, both in terms of service and in terms of our products. That is need of the hour. As you had been saying that, and everybody knows that it is not the what the MSMEs are actually doing. The moment they see that and they smell something that which can goes to in the hands of the big fish. So the big fish starts eating all the small fishes and they become the pioneer in that particular innovative product or service. That is a big challenge. The second challenge is that as we saw from the kind of fund flow graph that cash flow graph that you suddenly the need the moment the graph actually takes the spike. Suddenly the need of fund, the need of resources, not only fund but also resources like machines, where you are, there is nothing called private now. Even your mind is not private. Nothing is private now. every, say, 15 days,
please put your hands together for OE, who was one of our participants. Do we have someone from OE? Someone from Orion Softtech and Content Grill? Do we have someone?
MSMEs constitute the heartbeat of the world's most powerful
Mrs. Vasana Pridam Mandal. Participant Papsta Engineers India Limited. Packaging Private Limited. Hindcon Chemicals Limited. Wong's Prayukti International Private Limited. Limited. Someone from Brainium. Code Clouds IT Solutions Private Limited. Okay, so Code Clouds IT Solutions Private Limited is one of our finalists for MSME Excellence Awards 2021. May I request Mr. Subrat Saha, Senior Member of the Manufacturing and MSME Committee, Saha will be handing over the certificate. Congratulations. And the memento. Congratulations. Do we have someone from Consultivo Business Solutions Private Limited? Orion Corporate Alliance Private Limited? Amritesh Industries Private Limited? I repeat, Amritesh Industries Private Limited? ASL Export House? New Age Petcoke Private Limited? New Age Petcoke Private Limited? ABM Technomatrix Private Limited? Navitas Solar? Request PN Gupta sir to kindly hand over the certificate and memento to Navitas Green Solutions Private Limited. PN Gupta sir hand handing over the memento to Navitas Green Solutions Private Limited. The memento and certificate. Congratulations. So now we come to the final 6 winners of MSME Excellence Awards 2021. May I also request all our jury members who are present here to kindly be on stage. Sir, Bimal sir, Taposh sir, P.N. Gupta sir, Mr. C.R. Moitro, final 6 winners of MSME Excellence Awards 2021, there is a special mention. One of our candidates had done excellent today, but unfortunately, they could not win the trophy this year. Best of luck to them for the next year. Ragili Train Trading Corporate Private Limited. Do we have someone from Ragili? Okay, so now the names of the final 6 winners of MSME Excellence Awards 2021. Precision Transmission Chain. Deep Explo Equipments Private Limited. Decor X Interior Private Limited. Congratulations for winning the MSME Excellence Awards 2021. Pharma Impex Laboratories Private Limited will receive the certificate and the trophy of MSME Excellence Awards 2021. Excellence Awards 2021. Congratulations. Big round of applause. Do we have someone from EduPlex Solutions Private